Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around, ready to vibe with you. Video games and laughter, it's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space. Lashes unite, it's time to shine. We'll conquer every level, one game at a time. Behind the lash, we're family strong. Together we'll create memories that'll last.
I promise that you'll
Welcome
never
to
find
the
another
dream,
like me.
it's time to have a blast. Grab your controller. Let's make these moments last. Amanda Lay here, your host for the night. Behind the lash, we're gonna do it right. Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around, ready to vibe with you. Video games and laughter, it's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space. Welcome to the castle, where the fun begins. Amanda Lay's here, ready to dive in. Grab your keyboards, get ready to fight. Behind the lash, streaming all night.
F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me.
Hi.
We're the Lashers, a community so strong. Come on, come on, you can't go wrong. Video games and laughter fill the air in this castle. We're a family that cares. Lashes unite, we're having a blast. Come on in, let's make these memories last. Gaming and laughter, friends by your sides. Behind the lash, let the good times collide. Welcome to the stream, it's time to have a blast. Grab your controller, let's make these moments last. Amanda Lay here, your host for the night. Behind the lash, we're gonna do it right. Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around, ready to vibe with you. Video games and laughter, it's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space. Lashes unite, it's time to shine. We'll conquer every level, one game at a time. Behind the lash, we're a family strong. Together we'll create memories that'll last.
Mom! 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 Mommy! 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 Mama! Mama! Mama!
Welcome to the stream, it's time to have a blast. Grab your controller, let's make these moments last. Amanda Lay here, your host for the night. Behind the lash, we're gonna do it right. Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around, ready to vibe with you. Video games and laughter, it's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space. Welcome to the castle, where the fun begins. Amanda Lay's here, ready to dive in. Grab your keyboards, get ready to fight. Behind the lash, streaming all night. Yeah, streaming all night. We're the the Lashers, a community so strong. Come on, come on, you can't go wrong. Video games and laughter fill the air in this castle. We're a family that cares. Lashes unite, we're having a blast. Come on and let's make these memories last. Gaming and laughter, friends by your sides. Behind the lash, let the good times collide. Welcome to the stream, it's time to have a blast. Grab your controller, let's make these moments last. Amanda Lay here, your host for the night. Behind the lash, we're gonna do it right. Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around, ready to vibe with you. Video games and laughter, it's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space. Lashes unite, it's time to shine. We'll conquer every level, one game at a time. Behind the lash, we're a family strong. Together we'll create memories that'll last long. Welcome to the stream, it's time to have a blast. Grab your controller, let's make these moments last. Amanda Lay here, your host for the night. Behind the lash, we're gonna do it right. Step into the castle where dreams come true. Lashes all around, ready to vibe with you. Video games and laughter, it's a special place. Join the party now, let's rock this virtual space. Welcome to the castle, where the fun begins. Amanda Lay's here, ready to dive in. Grab your keyboards, get ready to fight. Behind the lash, streaming all night.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, or whatever time frame it is for you. Welcome in, y'all. How are we doing today? Hopefully you all are having a wonderful Saturday. It is Charity Day. Let's go with our Charity Day. Let's move over to the chatting screen real quick and get ourselves rolling here. Hello, everybody. How are you all doing? Hopefully you all are wonderful. I know the flowers look a little dark today. It's because we're not going to be on the screen very long. I needed the camera over here. The light over here. Twinkle Toes. I saw that donation. I'm excited already. Starting off with some chaos. I love it. Welcome in, everybody. Let's say hi to y'all. We've got Lady Shelby Lou into the castle. We've got Clarissa into the castle. We've got Luna Shea, Lady Luna in the castle. Thank you, Jen, for 55 months at tier 2. Craziness, crazy. Let's see what we got here. What else? Marchioness Isabel is here. Isabel, I do have your flower here from yesterday. I did not get to put it on there because we got crazy busy and everything else going on, but I have it ready for you. Marchioness Mama D is in the castle. We've got Andy in the castle. We've got Twinkle Toes here and causing chaos into the castle. Welcome in, y'all. Again, today is Charity Hunt Day. It is our 18th charity event. 18 we have done. And it's been an amazing time, and I am super excited. This one is for Charlie Mike. It is a veterans charity. And it means a lot to a few of our local, a few of our streaming friends. But it means a lot to me too. I don't know if you all, we don't talk, I mean, don't talk about it a lot, but I talk about it at times. But, my grandfather served in Vietnam. His brothers and sisters all also served. So I am brought up in a military family. My immediate family, my mom and dad weren't part of the military, but the second set of family all were military, whether they or service people, whether they worked in the fire department or the sheriff's department or EMS or anything like that. So when I can do a charity like this, especially when it's supporting veterans and those that have served and have come back home, I'm always game for it. I did bring out this is my grandfather's flag from his past. This is my Uncle Ruben's flag as well. I did bring them today, kind of to help, stand behind me and help with this event. And hopefully we can raise lots of money for Charlie Mike's. I'll talk a little bit more about it later throughout the event as well, once we get into our streamers and everything else together with that. But I'm super excited for it. I'm going to move on over here to this stream here to make sure see all of our streamers. It looks like we've got most of them are live. We are just waiting on one, which I'm concerned. I don't know if they're going to be live or not. We have not been able to get a hold of them, so it might just be 4 streamers today, unfortunately. Baroness Renee, what's up, love? Welcome in. Look at you getting a plushie. Lilu! Duchess Lilu's in the castle. Hello. Unfortunately, being down one person's gonna really mess things up for me here, but we'll figure it out. We'll make it work. But I'm excited. Maybe I need to remove names today. How do I know there's a way to do that? Here we go. Yeah, there. That'll work. That'll work. Countess Kathy is lurking. All right, so most of our streamers should be almost on their way over to my plot through tour board, but we'll check in with them. It looks like we are going to be down a streamer. I'm gonna leave it like it is. I like my setup is it. Like there's nothing else I can do about it. So unfortunately 2 strikes and you're out. It's just how it is. I can't keep doing this. Streamers can't keep just not show it up on me. It's not fair to everybody else. Alright, let me pop in here and say hello to all of our streamers. Buddy Billy, what's up, love? Xander, hello. Baron Xander's here as well. I see you. You like this multi-view? Thank you. Also, I added something new today, which reminds me I need to pull this down here so I can be ready. So, look, ready?
That is incredible.
Are y'all hearing Lizzie right now?
Christy, thank you for the resub.
And then you see that the white bar is around her stream. So you know who you're hearing.
Through the friend board. Okay. I don't know if we're friends yet. Luna, I did send a friend request.
It is not a friends board. Whoever
get open.
And then look, there's Angel. Angel's board is around her board now. It's a tour board. The tour board. That's where she needs to go. If somebody can let Lizzie know that. And then...
Yeah. We're almost there, guys.
Just
There's
put mentioned
M.
to say hi and good.
And then there's Ram, who's not even on the screen yet. But, so yeah, I've got it situated now. We're going to see how that goes. Let me say hello to my peeps here. Hello.
Hi.
How is everybody?
Hello.
I miss you.
Oh. Lizzie, I don't know if they let you know. It's through the... Yeah, never mind. I see you. You're in there now.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't go into the game on these events because it bogs down my computer. It just makes it easier to just have you all do the tour board.
That sounds good to me.
It looks like we only have 4 streamers. We have another streamer who we can't get a hold of. So it's gonna be just the 4 of y'all. It's Pixie Pop is a no call, no show.
Oh no.
Again. So just so that you're all aware, and just so the community knows, when they're dishing out sabotages, Pixie Pop is not here. Which also means, Ram, you should be getting Andy as your mod.
Woohoo, Andy!
So that we can take care of everything else that we got going on. But so it's just the 3 of y'all, which now my stream is gonna look really weird because I have now a box of just nobody.
A box of nobody.
It's gonna look weird if I hide that, though, isn't it? I mean, I guess I could... I don't know. I do need to move this around, though.
Friends, just let me know if it's not too loud. Wait, did I muted myself or not?
Not.
I have it under the button, but of course it doesn't work when I need it.
It happens. All right. That's too much. I'm not doing that much moving around because I have this system set up. I could put the dog cam there. We could have a dog cam.
Oh, little woofer.
If I can think straight in my head here. Big dog cam.
Lasher Ramrod 574 has joined the castle.
I just want to
Ramrod.
say you are blessed. You are blessed. You are
Oh wait,
blessed.
I was muted.
What is
Sorry,
that?
was it me? Maybe it was me. I don't know.
You are blessed. You are blessed.
Wait,
You
wait,
are
Jared.
blessed. I'm so.
Hiya, friends.
Okay. Fix. Dog cam in the area. There's something there. That was gonna drive me crazy. Remind me later. So Ram, Jen, and Lizzie all need flowers. But anyways, all right. Streamers, how are y'all doing? Y'all ready for this event? I'm excited
I'm
to
so
have
ready.
y'all. We've already got donations in. We've already got some chaos gonna happen. Just
Yeah.
some ground rules and everything else, how things are going. Because of the update, I'm gonna let you all use Highland if you all want to use Highland. I don't think everybody has their horses yet, so we're not gonna allow horses.
Okay.
At this current time, just because I don't think everybody has gotten to that quest line to do that horse to get their horse, and I want to make sure it's fair. I will say in the future, for future events, especially in June, we will allow horses, but they will be a incentive. So it'll be a straight incentive to be able to use the horse. So kind of like how we do the slime potions currently. If somebody donates $20 to the slime potion incentive, you get to use slime potions throughout the whole event, however many you want to use, whenever you're an Elderwin, whatever. We're gonna do the same thing with the horse. I almost said F it and we're gonna do horses today. But because I don't think everybody's got their horse, I want to be fair. I was gonna do free horses because it's the event that we're doing for, by the way, is Charlie Mike, which is a veterans organization, and they help veterans return back to civilian life. And one of the ways they do that is they do a lot of training of dogs and horses for veterans to help them, emotionally and physically and things like that. So I almost was like, ooh, this is almost perfect time, but I want to be fair to everybody, and I don't think everybody's got the horse.
Who doesn't have a horse yet?
Do you have your horse?
I do.
Yep.
Does everybody have their horse?
I have
Yeah.
a horse.
Fuck it, free horses today.
Woohoo! Let's go.
There, y'all get your
Let's
horse
go.
for free
You thought,
today.
you
Test
thought it
out.
was me. I was on all day yesterday.
I did
and all
thought it
morning
was you.
today, getting everything.
I mean, when I
You're
hear that
right.
you weren't even ready for today yesterday, I wasn't sure.
I was joking
Yeah.
when Lindsay asked me. She was like, "Are you ready?" And I'm like, "No."
I mean, you've only done this twice before.
Only 2 times.
Anyways, so there you go. Free horses. Use them as your free will for today. We'll see how it goes. I don't know how beneficial the horses are gonna be for a mining event, but you guys are gonna be my guinea pigs, I guess.
We'll see.
Don't forget to make sure your community can hear the Discord. That's the big plus to make sure they can hear when sabotage and incentives are going out, so they know that their donations being taken and given out. Also, make sure to keep relying the people that when they do donate, make sure that in the comment section of their donation they put who their sabotages and incentives are for. Without that, I have to call them out and have them come to my stream to tell me who it's for. And that gets to be a little crazy, and then I have to wait, and then, yeah. So just make sure that they're putting in there. If they order multiple things in that comment sheet, they need to say if they give Lizzie a garnet and they ground ramrod, they have to say ground ramrod, garnet Lizzie, something like that. So we know all of those communications and stuff like that, okay?
I think it's like a connection problem.
Oh, yeah.
Robot lash.
Oh, yeah, I did have a connection issue because all of your all's cams just like went crazy. Angel.
It's alright, nothing to see here.
Interact. Reset. Y'all can hear me fine now, though, right?
Yep.
Ramrod. Interact. Reset. Okay. Weird. Of course it would do that. At least it's happening now, right? All right. So anyways, I don't know what make sure that they put in the comments who's getting what sabotage incentives. So again, if you're grounding Ramrod and gifting Lizzie a garnet, make sure you're writing that in the comments so I know, or I have to call you out. We're gonna have a break at each hour. At the hour top, you'll put your inventories up so your streamers, your streaming mods, your charity mods can look at it, make sure the points are done correctly. Then we will continue on. At the halftime mark, that's when we'll have a 10-minute break. That'll be a chance for y'all to get up, go to the bathroom, go get a snack real quick, stretch your legs, all that jazz. We'll do that at that time.
Woo!
So, there is where all of that is going. I'll read this one out already. By the way, everyone, you're gonna start out with a ore compass donated. And then Ramrod, you got 2. Of course, you know that because you're the one that made that donation. So thank you.
Yeah.
So Ramrod has given everybody an ore compass to start out with. And then,
Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you,
then,
Ramrod.
then he's getting the extra one because Pixie's not here. See?
Yep, that's. I mean, you snooze, you lose.
Right? All right. So, y'all have any questions, concerns, comments, or anything that you would like to go over real quick before we get on the road? I'm loving this new layout of mine. I'm just saying. Sorry. Okay.
Just in case, one question from me. Like, after this 1 hour, do we need to sell the stones or they need to stay in our inventory?
Stones will always stay in your inventory for the whole event. If you accidentally send a stone, well, no pet. Well, actually, everybody has all has a pet carrier for all 8 spots.
Yes.
Does anybody
Yes.
not have that?
Yep, I have.
Okay, Lindsay, we can relinquish the pet carrier today if we would like. Pixie was the one that was that didn't have it, so I think that's why we said no, because I tried to make it fair. Does anybody have? Wait, did anybody buy the pack? The new expansion pack?
I have.
Yes,
have
I have the extra 4.
Yeah, me too.
I have the 8 total.
There's now 12.
Oh, I don't have that extra 4. I just have the regular 8.
Okay, so maybe we should not do it then.
I'm good with that.
You okay?
I'm okay with it. If I'm not gonna.
Lizzie, did you have it?
Yes, I have it.
So everybody but Ram has the extra 4.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. If you're good with it, Ram, we'll go ahead and allow it go. So we'll unlock the pet carrier. You guys can purchase a pet carrier ability. It is a one-time donation that your community can do, and then you can be able to use your pet carrier at any time of the event. But I am going to tell you, if you accidentally send any star stones home, it is your loss.
Okay.
Once they leave your inventory, they do not count anymore. So just be careful and make sure that your star stones and your ore stay in your pocket and never leave your inventory pocket. Okay, just clarifying that, because then it gets the hazy of like, well, how many did you have? And then we have to figure, it just gets to be a little bit more difficult. So I just make it fair. Just make sure it stays in your pocket. Any other questions?
Normal stone can go away, right?
Yeah,
I can just be in
stone,
it.
wood, anything else in your pockets that don't count for
Okay.
points, you can get rid of them. The only time you can't get rid of it is if we're in a pause moment. You have to do that while the timer is going.
Okay.
Okay.
All loud and clear.
All right. Any other questions? All right. If you all want to go ahead and head to the tour board in the gazebo, and you guys are allowed to go anywhere you would like to go. I will also let you all know, yes, the Royal Highlands is open. It will not be available for sabotage. So somebody cannot sabotage you to the Royal Highlands for the 10 minutes. Like, we can sabotage you to go to Kilima or Bahari or Elderwood. I'm not allowing that yet because it's not known well enough and stuff like that. I think that's too mean. So that will not happen. Also keep in mind again, the kitsus. If you get a kitsu, you need to let me know immediately. I spin the wheel behind me and you get to pick who gets the sabotage and incentive that comes off that wheel as the recipient of the kitsu. And there's that rainbow bonus. If you get 1 star stone of every star, if you get 1 of every star stone, you get a bonus of 20, I think it's 20 points. But you have to actually obtain them. It can't be gifted to you. You have to actually get them out into the world. Okay? If you all are ready, let me get situated. Wait for my timer to pop up because it takes forever. You all may begin. Enjoy.
Has it been verified if Jadium drops stones or not?
I have not gotten a single thing out of Jadium.
Okay.
Yeah, I've gotten garnets and sapphires and citrines out in that world, but I have not gotten anything out of Jadium at all. And I've been trying. I have been trying. I am releasing my Mine Your Rock in my chat, by the way. So if the community wants to pop over and get their Mine Their Rock and add points to the chat points, because the chat gets their own point score, you all can do so as well. We have 2 new competitors, so I will talk for a minute about the ore compass. Ore, just so you'll know. First of all, if you all use your ore compass, please let me know you started it. That would be beneficial as well. But
I just started mine, Lizzie.
thank you, Lizzie. Silver, gold, and platinum. How it works is it is a point system. So whoever has the most silver is going to get the 20 points. Second place is 15 points. Third place is 10 points. Fourth place is 5 points. Gold, the same way. Platinum is the same way. So just make sure you guys know that. That means because we don't have the fifth person, as long as you get a platinum, gold, and silver, you're gonna be walking around with at least 5 points. So keep that in mind. All right, y'all. We are live. We are on. Let's check in on Lizzie here. Why didn't you work?
Yet. Rip. I'm so excited. I think the Grove is still up.
Yeah, sorry, Jen. We there was a lot of confusion because since the streamer dropped, we were able to put back another streamer into that spot. All right, y'all. So we have already raised so much money. It's
I guess
crazy.
we need to head back to the
I need
circle.
to get a few things up here.
Nothing. Got this. We got this. So whatever is everybody else up to? Our TV counts as a multiplier. That would be hilarious.
Lizzie gets our first
Yes.
gifted stone. You got an emerald.
Yeah, y'all.
Congratulations.
Be sure that if you feel like it, I mean, obviously no obligation.
Lizzie gets our first gifted stone. You got an emerald.
Lizzie. Oh my goodness. Who donated it? Who was it? Who
All right.
was it?
We
Who's
also...
clicking buttons?
Let me get this chaos wheel out here, y'all.
I have a feeling I know who that's from.
Because we've got lots of
Thank you
chaos
for
this
the
gen, so we're going to release
donation,
our
y'all.
chaos. Our first chaos
Yeah,
of
coaster,
the
obviously.
day. Elder, thank you for the alert.
Let's go. Now I gotta get one in real life, like in the game. Not in real life, but in Palia. Y'all think I should waste time getting stone nodes if I see them? Or like...
Lizzie,
No.
the random
It's like,
chaos
I'm
has
thinking Jasper,
spoken
but
to
I feel
you
like that's, like,
first.
super rare.
I need you to stop mining and collect any bug
Single
before you can
Starstone
continue.
yet is kind of wild.
The random chaos has spoken to you first.
Oh no.
Stop mining and collect any bug before
Catch
you can
any
continue.
bug, y'all. Catch any bug. Done. Okay.
Thank you kindly.
We did it. Done.
All right. That was an easy random
We
chaos.
did it, y'all. We
Let's
did it. We caught
let's
our
do
first
one more.
bug.
One more. Because we got
I was
4 random
headed-
chaoses off the bat. Thank you to our random chaos
That
friends.
one's
I
up, and
love
really don't
random
feel like
chaos.
climbing today. I should go in the mine shaft over there, huh?
I have to re-roll that. I'm going to remove it.
Oh my gosh. This is nerve-wracking.
Ooh.
Nerve-wracking.
All right, random chaos is also spoken again to everyone. Everyone must stop what they're doing
Let's
and
take
go
the
repair
stones.
your
Okay, bet.
tools
If I see any,
right
I'll go.
now. Is also spoken again to everyone.
Oh,
Everyone must
we gotta
stop
go
what they're
repair.
doing and go repair your tools.
Okay, let's go to Central Stables. We have to repair, y'all. Bahari Central Stables.
That is a fun
Repair.
chaos. Okay, chaos wheel,
Avoid
let's
the
go.
temptation to get the choppas. That is so real. Okay, we're repaired.
Chaos wheel is spoken.
Um,
All right, let's go check in on Angel here.
Gotta repair, gotta repair. Gotta
Using her
repair your
horse?
tools.
Smart. See, when you got a speed to like an NPC or to repair your tools or something like
Watch out,
that.
Choppa's
That's
coming
a
through.
smart thing.
Heck yeah.
Chaos
Just in
already.
case I repaired mine already.
I'd be playing it,
Thank you
but
kindly.
I'm doing an event.
Just in case I repaired
I
mine
prepared.
already.
Repaired.
Thank you kindly. Lizzie, you just got
I also
gifted
prepared.
a gold
Not much to
ore.
repair.
Lizzie, you
I
just
also
got
prepared.
gifted a gold ore. All right. By the way, in the chat,
The Isle. I've been playing a lot of the Isle.
if y'all need to know, here is should be working.
All right, let's go back to where I was. So I
Here's
don't
all
lose
of
my
our
circles
streamers
and
for
then some circles
today.
spawned.
I'm gonna go edit that right now.
Yeah, Subnautica 2 is a lot of fun.
So all those streamers, make sure you go check them out and hang out with them in their chats as well today. All right, that has been
Yeah, the Isle's
edited
been getting
back.
popular. It's because one of the streamers I watch made a couple servers that have voice chat in them, like proximity chat, and it makes it so much better. With the close
All right,
range.
let's check in
normally
on
it's related,
MCO.
to that. So every hour will discount everything. But if you want to, feel free to do so. And let's go, Finn. 36 times already. You gifted coffee away. Thank you so much for being so kind to our friends.
Lizzie's already
What
gotten
you're up to
20
in the next
pieces
week,
of gold.
What you want to do? Like, I
Holy
know
cow,
Junior was
is that
gone for
right?
a
That's a
treat.
lot of gold
And
already.
when our friends also
got some
go
big
on holiday
nodes.
right now, 2 weeks, so everyone is going to visit some nice places. I hope you have some fun too, some fun plans. There is another flow tree. What's going on? Like when I need them, when I'm coming over
I
here.
think we
only for
definitely
the
have
float,
time
'cause I can't
already to
find
do a
anything.
twist, but I want to wait a
I'm
little
going to
bit.
a
I
Mario
think.
movie tomorrow. Ooh,
What?
nice. Who are you going with?
You.
Are you going with your family? With your friends, maybe? It's so fun. I don't remember when last time I've been in the cinema. But as you know, I'm not a movie person. I like to go to the cinema, but in here, it's fun part. Like, sometimes we have a Polish movie night. With my best friend, let's go. She wants me to go out after mom's. Let's go.
Lizzie, another
love it. I
donation
love
coming
it. It's
to
good for
you.
you.
You just got
You'll
gifted
have
a
some nice time
garnet.
with your friends.
Lizzie, another donation coming to you. You just got gifted a garnet.
And Ghosty made me say yes to go. Ghosty, thank you so much for that.
Let's check it on Ram here. Ramrod. Yes, well, in the chat, you can mine your own stone for channel points. Thank you, Mama, for that reminder. Make sure you guys are mining your rocks. Speaking of which, let me mine my rock today. Where is my mine the rock? Do I need to go out and back in? If you don't see the mine your rock in your chat channel, make sure you guys just refresh. There it is. There it is. Oh, silver. I got some silver. I got some silver. 10 minutes in, y'all, already, and we have already raised $276. All right, y'all. Just 10 minutes into the event, we have already raised $276. Just 10 minutes into the event. I'm going to release our first twist, and it's going to be your kitsune on your plot. You don't have to do it right now. Sometime throughout the event, make sure you guys just go to your plot, check your kitsune. If you get fine arrows, you get 15 points. If you get slowdown arrows, you get 10 points. If you get dispel arrows, you get 20 points. Just let me know when you're at your kitsune so we can watch. Dispel arrows, you get 20 points. Just let me know when you're at your kitsune so we can watch. All right. We are already on a great time. Again, don't forget, if you guys would like to donate, there is the link as there for you. If we can get a pinned comment set up, from one of my mods. I'll pin it if I need to. But putting those two messages together would be greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. We're also gonna... do that. There. All right.
I'm on my plot and I'm picking up my kitsu. Are we ready? I'm on my plot.
Go ahead.
Picking up my kitsu. 20 of the fine arrows. Are we ready?
Fine arrows. That is 15 points.
20 of the fine arrows. Let's go.
GG's M. Arrows. That is 15 points.
Let's go.
GG's M.
We've got 15 points, guys. Let's go.
Where if I've got somebody doing my same circle again like last time. I think the pile is going to be down by the docks or under the tree. Kaba! Where are all the stones at? Citrine. Ooh, Silva. Gimme, gimme. Ooh, it's a big one.
Batophobia. If you can come to my
Silver,
chat,
1
please,
click.
that would be greatly appreciated. Batophobia.
Only 5
My
out
bad.
of that.
Wasn't muted.
Gross.
Batophobia. If you can come to my
Silver,
chat,
1 click.
please, that would be greatly appreciated. Batophobia.
My bad. Wasn't muted.
Bum, 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 bum. Y'all, we are already at $376 raised. This is crazy. We are not even 15 minutes into the event. This is amazing. Hopefully I need to release another twist. Should I release another twist or do another chaos wheel? What do y'all think? Another chaos wheel or release another twist? Chaos? Yes, it is. Let's see what our chaos wheel has to say. Chaos wheel. Thank you. Y'all saw that. Chaos Wheel has spoken to Angel this time. You got gifted an ore compass. Chaos Wheel has spoken to Angel this time.
Thank you.
You got gifted an ore compass. Lizzie, you have been given our first ruby of the day. You just got gifted a ruby. You also have been gifted a onyx as well. You also have been gifted a onyx as well.
My chat clearly
Creeper.
understood the assignment to push buttons. My chat clearly understood the assignment to push buttons. Y'all are wild. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Twanky, I need you in my
supporting
chat, please.
such a great
Twanky in my
cause.
chat. Thank you.
And hanging out here with me.
Oh.
Poster, was that you?
Twanky in my chat. Thank you.
Poster, pushing buttons. Bat, pushing buttons.
Why are you?
Okay, y'all have done.
Never
more
mind,
than
Twanky.
enough.
If you're in here, I'm sorry. I read it
appreciate
wrong.
you both. Now we can just hang out.
Why are you not?
We can just vibe. We're vibing.
All right, y'all. Our viewers, our community wants chaos.
You did a couple, yeah. I
Everyone
heard.
must stop what they're doing and hunt an animal. You gotta hunt an animal. Everybody.
Community.
Kill the chopper.
Okay, bet. Lizzie's done. Okay. Where's the Mujin? Where's the Mujin? We'll take a deer. Hey, we did it.
I love it,
Lizzie's
Twinkle.
done.
Thank you. I love the chaos. I
I've
love
got the
it.
Sarnak.
Lucky. Thank you for the biddies, Coaster.
Thank
Chopper.
y'all.
Okay.
And by the way, y'all, we're at $416, and we are only 17 minutes in. Let's freaking go, y'all. Y'all are amazing.
Okay. Let's go, y'all. Pushing them buttons.
All the chaos, little ginger. All the chaos.
You're not subbed on Coaster, that's why you can't do it. Oh, we gotta fix that, Meshka. We gotta fix that. I appreciate you, Coaster. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my plot while I'm here at the gate, y'all, so I can do the Kitsu thing. And then maybe we'll go to Elderwoods or Killima. Y'all pick. Should we go to Elderwoods or Killima?
Jen, can you give
Yeah, I think Coaster
not
does
Jen,
need an offline
Lindsay,
hype train.
can you give me information in the sheet? I highlighted.
Lizzie
Go to
going to do
Killima. Okay,
Kitsu.
bet.
Hi, Jimin. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Perfect. I am already watching.
Lizzie going to
Spicy
do
pepper
Kitsu.
seed crap.
Wah wah. Perfect. I am already watching.
Spicy
Good
pepper
thing your
seed
community's
crap.
already given you those points.
Wah, wah. Okay, y'all.
It's the only reason I'm still in it, honestly, because I'm not.
Palia won't give you points, well, your community will do it for you.
It's the only
For
reason
real.
I'm still in it, honestly, because I'm not having any
Palia
luck.
won't give you points, well, your community will do it for you.
For real.
Okay, Jammin, welcome in, welcome in. We're doing a charity event today in Palia. We're farming some star stones, and we're raising money for
Yeah.
Charlie Mike, which is
Everyone
a
did hunt.
US-based
Linz, I got that
organization
taken
helps
care
out
of.
some of our veterans. You don't have to donate or anything, but if you want to donate, there's a link. You can buy incentives for me, or you can do sabotages for the competition.
All right, y'all. I'm
And,
releasing another twist into the
yeah, or you can just
game.
hang out.
The kitchen's still active
appreciate
for
the
those that haven't gotten it
company. It's gonna
already.
be a long
But
stream,
the next
so-
streamer, the first streamer to get a sticker pack, is gonna get 10 points. So if you get a sticker pack, make sure that you let me know immediately. 10 points are on the line.
You couldn't release that like
Yeah,
2
quartz,
minutes ago
let's go.
when I got a sticker pack.
Wah wah. Sorry about it.
You couldn't release that like 2 minutes ago when I got a sticker pack.
Okay, okay. Our badge. All this stone. Thank you for the hydrate, Mishka. I'm gonna need that, y'all. Let me put the auto run on it.
She saw, Mom.
Quick. Successfully hydrated.
I'm gonna start relating the Kenyatta twerking to Lizzie. Lizzie, you just got gifted a piece of gold. I'm gonna start relating the Kenyatta twerking to Lizzie.
Hooray.
Lizzie, you just got gifted a piece of gold.
Yay! Hooray.
All right, let's
Okay,
check
y'all.
in on Ramrod here. Let's see how Ram's doing. Lizzie's at 43 points, by the way. M is at 44 points. Angel 33, Ram at 29. So, It's still close, even with all donations coming in. It's still a close match, close game. We're only 20 minutes in, and we're already almost halfway to our base goal. This is amazing. Amazing. Amazing.
Amanda, I forgot to tell you my ore compass was over. Just FYI.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Amanda, I forgot to tell you my ore compass was over. Just FYI.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Lizzie, you're making me want to have some sweet corn right now.
I mean, it's always a
Lizzie,
good
you're
time
making
for
me
sweet
wanna have some
corn.
sweet corn right now.
I mean, it's always a good time for sweet corn.
What a great start. This is
Nothing
crazy, y'all.
there.
I'm so excited.
I don't know if Kilima was the play, y'all.
We have one more random chaos. Y'all want to see it now? You want to see it later?
Here. Usually there's a
And hopefully get more random
patron.
chaos, because random chaos is so much fun. It's only a $30 donation. It's simple, easy. You don't have to think about it. You just be like, oh, I'm going to donate 30 and let the wheel decide what happens.
Booster. I didn't know that was a thing.
Shall we do the last chaos wheel we have currently in line?
Oh yeah, Coaster, we're using
I think we should.
we're using Mix It Up today just for chat commands, nothing crazy.
I think we should.
But I got everything moved over.
Maybe, if it will load.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited.
There we go.
It was a little confusing, but once I actually
I forgot to change
sat
the
down with
symbol in the
Batman,
middle
both
to
had
the
it
random
open, and
chaos
we were, like,
logo.
figuring
My
it out.
bad,
It's
but it still works.
amazing.
It's fine.
Has with the 10 streams.
It's fine.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, where is
you,
Impact?
Has. Thank you for being here, and thank you for 10 streams.
Random chaos
We have
has
ads starting
spoken
in 2.5
again.
minutes. As a reminder, they are
M,
red for 3
I
hours,
need
or 3
you
hours,
to immediately
3
head to Elderwood. You are there for the next 10 minutes. As soon as you start loading there, let me know and I'll start your timer.
Of course. Let's go. Elderwood is fun.
You are there for the next 10 minutes. As soon as you start loading there, let me know and I'll start your timer.
Of course.
Random chaos has spoken.
Okay, so y'all, we have ads starting in 2 minutes, and they'll run for 3 minutes. This just gives us an hour of ad.
Lizzie, you got gifted
Thanks for
another
sticking through
ore
that.
compass you
Yes,
can
welcome
use.
in, welcome in. We're doing a charity event today. Starting that now. Quartz. Let's go.
Thank you, Lizzie, for letting me know.
An ore compass. Let's go. Starting that now. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Lizzie, for letting me know.
Okay, let's find this ore. Let's do this. Ooh, copper. Ooh, shiny. Ooh, shiny. Oh yeah, y'all, you can do Gremlin now. You can do Command Gremlin and get assigned to Gremlin.
Let's see how Angel's doing. Emma's trying to get
Loading to the Elderwood.
Stuck on these rocks.
timer started for you. Have a fun time in Elderwood.
Thank you.
Timer started for you. Have a fun time in Elderwood.
Thank you.
It's been the crazy first 30 minutes. Usually this craziness happens the last 30 minutes of the game, not the first 30 minutes. But I'm happy about this. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how craziness has happened.
Yeah, I use R because I'm so used to changing the buttons faster because you can just unequip and stuff with R as well. And X is in a spot where my fingers just don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like that X button either. I'm gonna have to change it.
I don't know if it's any faster or not, but
Jekka, what's up, love? How are you?
X is just awkward to try and get to when you're trying to do it fast.
Ramrod, you just got gifted a garnet. Ramrod.
Thank you, thank you.
We also just got 3 more random chaos. Let's go. We're gonna wait on those chaoses though. We're gonna give it a little bit. We're gonna wait. And then we'll do some more random chaos. All the random chaos today, and I love it. Random chaos is my favorite.
Yeah. Well, I used to be a hardcore Xbox player, so mouse and keyboard is not my my biggest forte. But
Right, Lindsay?
I'm
All the
getting better
chaos.
at it, especially
Working
after
on your
playing a lot
dailies,
with you.
Jacka? Noise.
That's how I learned.
I know, right? I can't do any of this year. This round. There are wieners all over the
And honestly, it's pretty
the
much just
screen
as
over here
fast
on
as
the
long
left
as
side.
you keep moving while you're trying to summon it, which it'd be different if you couldn't bring up your wheel while you were moving.
Lizzie, I'm trying to catch one of those wieners
would
over
take
on
a
my
lot more
screen. It's just
time.
not coming over. I'm trying to eat
You
it,
had to
but it won't
stop
work.
every time to pull up the wheel to summon it.
You gotta try harder than that. What's that thing with the old man? Gotta be quicker than that. You gotta try harder than that. What's that thing
Thanks,
with the old
Lindsay.
man?
I'm heading to my plot.
I wish I
over
could
there.
just hit X fast, but
All right, I just see
I have a hard enough time
Ram.
trying to hit control for like dodge rolling in games.
I'm heading to my plot.
You are a
All
specialist.
right, I just see
with the rocks.
Ooh, that has phone call. Hello, baby.
Hey, baby. Oh, that's funny. See a bunch of wieners over here on the side. I'm gonna try to go for them.
Gold.
That doesn't help you with the points, but you do get to keep that gold in your counter.
Let's go.
So, there's at least that. The points, but you do get to keep that gold in your counter. So, there's at least that. Bum, 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 bum. So at least that gives them some gold. Ramrod some gold. Imka is in the lead right now. The Elderwood is doing her so much justice. I want to look here. She's got 35 points in ore right now because she's got the lead in platinum with that 1 platinum she's got, and then second place in gold right now. So that's big points for her. That's 35 points so far. She was getting garnets galore in Bahari. Keep that twerking Kenyatta going. Go. Yes, Space Age in my chat, please. Space Age, mermaid in my chat, thank you. Yes, Space Age in my chat, please. Space Age, mermaid in my chat, thank you. You have been sabotaged, ma'am. I need you to go catch me a starred fish, please. You have been sabotaged, ma'am.
Okay, I'm coming.
Starred fish, please.
Okay, I'm coming.
I need to know what reward you're wanting. It just shows a straight $10 donation, but are you wanting that to be a garnet or 2 gold, 2 silver, or a platinum? A garnet? Okay, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. And you just got gifted a garnet.
Thank you so much.
You just got gifted a garnet.
Thank you so much. I've got my starfish.
Beautiful. What'd you get me to eat?
Nothing special, I will tell you. It is just
Beautiful. What'd you get me to eat? As long as it's not an anchovy, we'll be good.
like a bronze bluegill from
Okay,
the Elder
it's a little
Woods,
snack,
I
a
will
little
tell
snack.
you.
A little
Just
snack,
like a
I'll take the snack.
bronze, bluegill from the I hope you'll enjoy it. Just don't eat the raw one, please.
Okay. Oh, absolutely not. It's got to be cooked. A little snack. I'll take the snack.
I hope you'll enjoy it. Just don't eat the raw
I'll
one.
take it to one of the campfires in Highlands. Oh, absolutely not. It's got to be cooked. I'll take it to Highlands.
Do sabotage me or other people, or if you want to help me or other people, there is a link on top of the screen. We need our healer. Oh no! What happened?
Are these borders helping you all any, or do I need to figure out maybe? I think I have a black border, a black rainbow border. I might go with that. I don't know yet. We'll see.
No
We'll see
one
what you all
died.
think about it.
Are you sure? No one died?
Hello, Coaster. How are you doing, love?
I came and healed you. I'm so happy. Friends, welcome in. Of course, Raiders, welcome in. I'm doing the Palia charity hunt right now, so we're running for our start stones. That is why I'll completely get into it. But of course, welcome in.
I brought
I
snacks
hope you have a
over
lot
here.
of fun. Thank you so much for
I
all
do
of
already
the
have my
follows.
lunch ready to
And
go.
if
I
saw
bought some
correctly,
Subway last
we
night.
reached
They were buy one, get
1.5K
one.
of the
So
followers today. Thank you so much, friends.
yeah,
Being
that
welcome
coming.
in, like friends. I'll
These
not go
dogs think
with,
I'm
like, the
opening
tabs
freaking
go
treats
up
for them.
because I need to be focused on the stones.
See
I
them?
need to
See them
smash
right
all
there?
of them.
Thinking I've
But
got
yes,
treats for you?
let's
I don't have
go.
treats for you.
Only people that die were
They're my
the,
treats. My
build-
snack.
Start amethyst, let's go!
Ooh, Amethyst gotta start
Guys, type in the chat,
amethyst.
we've got
All
a start
right.
amethyst. This one is expensive when it comes to
Ram,
gold.
you just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Let's go!
Thank you.
Ram, you just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Oh my goodness, what?
Thank
What is
you.
going
Ghosty
on?
and Glazzy,
going
if that
on
is you,
here?
please see me in my chat. Ghosty and Glazzy.
Oh, let's go. Thank you for the hype, friends. Thank you.
Ghosty and Glazzy, if that is you, please see me in my chat. Ghosty and Glazzy.
Oh, Ghost and Glaze, you just need to go to the chat. Like, if you... Another amethyst, guys. Okay, maybe I'll stay over here. Do I need to go
Coaster
back
Elderwood
to the
is sometimes great.
Bakari? Oh my god.
Great to have.
Probably Ghost. Ghost. It was you, right? Ghost and Glaze.
All right, y'all. We have 26 minutes left in the
Ghosty
first
and
hour.
Glazy.
We have already raised
You need to go to the chat
$581,
behind
y'all.
the
We are over
Go,
halfway
chat.
of our base goal. Let's go.
Hype in the chat, guys.
Whoa. We are
Go,
over
chat.
halfway of our base goal. Let's go.
Hype it
Hype
up.
in the chats, guys. That's amazing. That's really amazing, friends.
Hype it up.
So just in case,
no one needs to see
goes
it.
in the Discord. Oh yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ginger. Also for the shout out. Go to the chat and just tell what you wanted to give or donate
I know
or
you're
to
doing so
make
well
a
in
chaos
Elderwood,
on
but I do
someone
want to let you know
else's,
you are free to go
stream.
if you would like.
Just let them know. I think I'll stay in here.
I know you're doing so well in Elderwood. I thought so, but I'm just letting you know you're free if you want.
Thank you. I think I'll stay in here.
I thought so, but I'm just letting you know you're free if you want.
Thank you.
Lizzie, my love, I need you to stop what you're doing and
What's
catch me
going
a
on?
starred
What's
bug.
going on there? Oh, I'm not.
Lizzie, my love, I need you to stop. What
Okay,
you're
on
doing
it,
and
on it,
catch
on
me
it.
A starred. But while you're catching that bug, just so you know, you have been gifted
Oh,
a
start bug is
garnet.
harder to get than
Okay,
Let's
on it,
go.
on it, on it.
starfish.
But while you're catching that bug, just so you know, you have been gifted a garnet.
Let's go.
Nice. And friends, if you would have like a chance to just come over to that kind of event, would you? Would you come over? What is going on? Like, it is freaking loud on my end. Is it so loud on your end, friends, too? Let me know. Can you hear the sound of donations? Because it is
I
too
think my
loud,
stream
but you
deck
know,
is
I'll just put it a little
overloaded
bit
and it just
lower
doesn't
on
want to work
volume.
anymore.
I'd love to. I know that, Ginger. Like, that was the first thing which I thought when I saw that event. Like, I was
Lizzie,
like,
you just got
Ginger
gifted
would
a
be
piece of
perfect.
silver.
Ginger would be just perfect for it.
Ayo.
And like, even if that event
Thank
would take
you.
like
I appreciate that. Ghosty, I almost can't read your name on my thing because it's
it's with
white.
the loud sounds.
Holy cow.
A good boy here.
You got gifted a piece of garnet.
So it's good because like we.
Thank
you.
You got gifted a piece of garnet.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Y'all, where are the
everything is
starred
so loud.
bugs?
Yeah, there we go. I think we're
Crazy.
set back up again. I don't know. Stream Deck just took a moment.
Look by the dragonflies. I mean, that's where I'm headed.
Start stink bug acquired.
GG's. I want to say that's probably one of the hardest sabotages in the game.
It was awful.
Starred stink bug acquired.
GG's. I want to say that's probably one of the hardest sabotages.
It was awful.
No, she only gets a piece of it, Shelby. Only a piece.
Go send out a starred bug. Okay.
Leave me alone, Shelby. I'm
We got
trying.
a little bit left. I know I saw some ore.
We've officially hit
way?
$606. $606, y'all. We have 22 minutes in the first hour.
Wait.
We've officially hit
Lorax sabotaged me. Wild. Wild, Lorax.
Sometimes your community gives you the worst sabotages. It
Gremlin
happens.
behavior right now. Sabotaged with the starred bug by my own community is crazy.
But you're getting gifted stuff like a gold. You got a piece of gold.
Sabotage
True.
with the starred bug by my own community is
Sabotage for
crazy.
charity. It's worth it.
But you're getting gifted stuff like a gold. You got a piece of gold. I've never known so much chaos from one person. I'm just gonna say I love this person to death. Everybody must stop what they're doing and catch a starred bug. Have fun.
Oh,
I've
crap.
never known so much chaos from one person. I'm just gonna say I love this person to death. Everybody must stop what they're doing and catch a starred bug.
Oh, shoot. Who?
Chaos.
Was that you again?
Chaos.
I swear.
You swear by the moon and stars?
Okay, we're doing it. You didn't do anything. Why do I not believe you? Okay, starred bug, starred bug.
You swear by the
Start butterfly.
Thank you, Ram.
Where is it? Where is it?
Chaos, I love it. It is an effective sabotage. It really is. Yeah, I know. And we still have random chaoses to do. I've been trying. I'm like, I want to hold off on them because I feel like I've been.
Okay, I'm gonna.
They've been doing a lot, so
Go
I've
to
been. It's like I have twists to do too, but I'm like, don't want to overload with so much. Everybody is frozen on my end. Am I frozen for you all? No. Yeah.
Starred butterfly.
I would look for a starred bug there.
Thank you. Fine, we'll refresh
So I
them.
think that's just gonna be easier. This is ridiculous. And that will give me time. Luna, we can sell stuff, right? Like the meat and stuff that we've gotten from hunting.
Sorry, butterfly.
Oh.
We can sell anything that's not. Lizzie Rave, spam your favorite emotes. I'm gonna put all these on the same one.
Hey. My stream deck or my OBS is being real slow. It's fine. We're fixing it. We're getting them.
Thank you, Lorax, for the 30 biddies for the Gigafar. Thank you, Haz, for the Lizzie Rave.
There we go. Okay.
Who do you sabo? M is in the lead. Ramrod is
I just got a sticker pack.
close. So one of those
GG's
two
Angel
might-
on the sticker pack. That's 10 points to Angel, and that sticker pack sub twist is over.
Okay,
Also,
Starbucks,
M,
Starbucks,
you just got gifted a
Starbucks.
piece of platinum.
Thank you. Thank you.
Start bug. There are no start bugs.
Oh my god, they're still looking for Starbug.
Is that a start? No, that's just a regular bright eye.
Oh my god, Lizzie. Oh no. I think Lizzie's still looking. M's still looking. When our two leaders are the ones stuck trying to find Starbugs right now, this was a heck of a donation.
Wild. Oh, I see one. Lizzie's done with the start bug.
Beautiful.
Lizzie's done with the start bug. Okay, let's find some Oreo.
Let's go check in on M, who's still looking for a Starbug in Elderwood. Brutal.
Let's hope the plush leg will work with it. No, this one is also not start one.
Brutal. Brutal.
Yep, I'm wasting my time. Let's go. Wait, is it the start one? It is. I've got mine. Finally. I've got mine.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
It worked. Let's
Whoever
go,
did that last
Danielle.
donation,
Let's
thank you
go.
for making us
Now
be at
let's find out.
$666 raised. M, I'm sorry, love, but now I need you to catch me a fish, please. I'm sorry, love, but now I need you to catch me a
People
fish,
loves me.
please.
People loves me. Any kind of the fish. It doesn't need to be the start one.
Any fish you like.
Rated your channel with 13 viewers.
Hey, Fears! What's up? Welcome in. Thank you for the rain. Thank you for
Ginger,
the
it
rain.
doesn't work
Let's have
in the
some
minigame.
fun streaming throughout the day. Hello, I'm Mandalay. How you doing
It's
today?
okay. We can
With your
have
love
friends.
and
We do
support,
it for
we're
fun.
here to
The
stay.
chaos is real.
Shout
We
out
love
to
some
the
chaos,
streamer.
right?
Thank you for the rain. Let's have some fun
Is it
streaming
counted?
throughout the
Like,
day. Hello, K Fears. How was your
I've got an
stream?
Ivern mermaid.
How was Palia? I'm sorry?
I've got a fish. Ivern mermaid.
Perfect. Just add it to my snack. How was your stream? What were you up to today? We are in the middle of doing a Great Palia charity hunt right now. We are in our first hour of this. We have some amazing streamers participating this round. Here are all of those links if anybody's interested in checking out our lovely streamers. You can see them all around me here. We are checking in and listening and lurking on them. We've had a wild first hour. We have already raised $666 for Charlie Mike. Charlie Mike is a veterans organization that helps veterans with their return to civilian life. They help train dogs and horses to give veterans a buddy, somebody a companion and things like that to help them regain their lives back as civilians after being away for war or for serving their country. So amazing organization we're participating today in. This is our last event before our big June event. Okay, Fierce, I think you're on my email list. I don't know if you should have gotten an email from me, I believe, about the Great Palia Charity Hunt Pride Edition for It Gets Better starting in June. Let's check in and see how Ram is doing over here. We got 14 minutes left. All right, y'all. 14 minutes left in this hour. All right, y'all. 14 minutes left in this hour. If you whisper me an email, I can send you an email, or you can check out the form. It's actually gonna, if you're on your computer, it's down underneath It Gets Better Streamers Wanted. Click on that, and there's a form there if you're interested in participating in any of these charity events. And maybe you can get involved in June. In June, we have we get over 30 streamers together. Oh, there, look, Lindsay's like, here's the form. I'll just put it right there. We get over 30 streamers and do 7 to 8 rounds, raising money for It Gets Better. Last year, we raised $26,000 for It Gets Better. It was amazing. A lot of fun. This year, we've got trophies. So the winner, the top scorer of each round, gets this beautiful Great Palia Charity Hunt trophy here with their name on the back. Made by the amazing Corgi Gamer Mom. All right, let's check it on Lizzie over here.
Oh, I'm still in second place. We gotta get some more stones.
Bum, 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 bum.
Gotta keep an eye on my thing. Hi, Mana. Welcome in. Welcome in, my friend. I hope you're having a great day. I hope you've been getting some
All right, y'all.
rest,
Who's
much
going to get a
needed
donation
rest.
in so we can get ourselves off of this $666 raised
Shake out the hands
marker?
off.
Help me out here, y'all. Help me out.
Yeah. Not a great value right
$3
now.
donation. Beep.
Okay, I blame Lindsay. Like, when you walk the, absolutely go walk the dog. Have a great
As a
walk.
reminder, y'all, we're doing
The
a charity
doggos.
stream. If you want to donate, you can buy incentives for me or sabotages
Let's check
for
in
other
on Angel here.
people, the competitors. All of it is going to Charlie Mike, which is an organization for U.S. veterans.
My stream deck is a little slow with this. This is a new system set up. I used to have it where I just unmute them, but I put these borders around their screens to hopefully make it easier. I'm not sure if they're that noticeable. I mean, they're obviously noticeable when the rainbow goes around.
Smelling these ribs back here, milk
Ribs?
making me hungry.
Angel, I want some ribs.
Quartz. Making them in the crock pot and everything. Citrine.
Yay, Coaster. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for taking me off the $666. Lizzie, you just got gifted a piece of gold. I want some ribs.
I will gladly share.
Let's go.
I'm making them in the crock pot and everything.
All right, Angel is super delayed, so let me...
Alright, where are we at? Let's go repair.
Thank you for taking me off the six. Refresh her.
Actually, you know what? I have a plan. We're gonna go straight to Elderwoods now, so that I can save the time traveling.
Less than 10 minutes left in the first hour. Less than 10 minutes left, y'all.
Get the travel out of the way now.
Less than 10 minutes left in the first hour. Less than 10 minutes left, y'all.
That way I'm already there when the 10
Is
minutes is up.
90
I should've
the
gone back to my plot to sell shit.
one of the
I didn't
highest
think
scores
about
we've
it.
had for our first hour score?
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Where the fluff am I? Ugh. I always get so turned around in the Elder Woods.
Ooh. Twinkle, you got a plushie, but don't help the
Inventory's gonna
score at
fill up
all.
so fast though, now that I'm thinking about it.
Let's check with M here.
Any chance to be in the party? We'll count on that luck even like a double. And Kohaku, just in case, I don't know what's going on with the computers right now, but my computer also was like working today like a some kind of the jet. So you're not the only one.
I wonder if anybody's gonna get a Kitsu today.
Man, count
Y'all,
me in.
I hope.
Let's go.
I hope so. I want to see Kitsu
And
chaos.
friends, of course, like if we'll have that kind of the party, that will be fun. But remember, we are not allowed to have any, even small hints in the server. So, and I know that you're not sabotaging it right now, so it's good. I've been over here and I did not catch anything good, so let's go. We need some ruby in here. Where is Glaze luck? Glaze, you need to give me some luck. You are really lucky with it. Ooh, a small stone here.
Angel, you just got gifted 7 pieces of platinum.
Nothing
7
more,
pieces of
no.
platinum for Angel. 7 pieces of platinum. 7 pieces of platinum for Angel.
I think that's the first time I've ever gotten gifted platinum. Well, thank you.
Ooh, that's quite a lot.
I think that's the first time I've ever gotten gifted platinum. Well, thank you.
That makes you now tied in first place in platinum with M. That makes you now
Nice.
tied in first place in platinum with M.
Nice.
I can't believe, y'all, we're at $741. And we're in the first hour. Now I'm hoping, y'all, I'm not gonna lie, I'm hoping this doesn't die out, and we like the last 3 hours is just dead time. I hope it doesn't happen that way. I hope we continue to raise some good money, and we continue doing more chaos, and have some fun throughout the next 3 hours as well. This is amazing. And hello, Nerdy Black Woman, how are you doing, love? Xander, you still here, love? Appreciate
It might be
it.
worth trying. Britty, do you need to pay something for that? Because I don't remember. Like, probably there is like a small subscription for it, but I don't remember.
Let's check in on Ran here. I'm very entertained. I'm glad. This got back was looking up quest info. Noise. Yes, get those quests going. I'm glad you are entertained, Nerdy Black Woman. I love these games. I think I'm very... I mean, I can be biased, I guess, right? Because I competed with it. Or, like, I designed this event. But like, I'm very, very proud of how the events have gone. How we have grown to being just a small little charity event. To being able to produce these big events like this. And next month's big event. We have... I want to look at this real quick. I'm gonna... we are less than $2,000 away from raised $60,000 for charity through these charity events. It's crazy to think that we are almost $60,000 raised. Bum, 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 bum. Amazing, alright? It's just amazing. This is your 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning before our first hour is done. This is your 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning before our first hour is done. let's check in on Lizzie here.
Interested, let me know and I'll get you invited over to the Discord, and then yeah, y'all can see what it's all about.
Ba, 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 ba.
I am at my
Looking for
kitsu.
mods, yes.
Go ahead, Angel.
Una's are
I'm at my kitsu. Womp womp.
Go ahead, Angel.
Aw. Womp womp.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for meat. That's true. Yeah. Ain't nobody got time for meat. That's true.
Hi, Carrie.
Please tell me somebody in Angel's chat just clip that.
How we doing? I haven't seen you in forever. I have missed you.
Please tell me somebody in Angel's chat just clip that.
I don't know if it's gonna catch it, but I can always.
That was funny.
I don't know if it's gonna catch it, but I can always rewind it later.
June one's gonna be amazing, Coaster. What I was reading, I think it was yesterday, their goal is to have 7 or 8 streams with like 5 streamers apiece. So it's gonna be a massive event. And it'll cover like multiple parts of the month. So pretty much any availability, they can make it work. And it should be really amazing. So I definitely think it'll be worth it if y'all have the time and the ability to do it. June was the original invite I got, and I wanted to do May. A, they still needed streamers, but B, I wanted to do it to see how I could handle it with my RA and everything. So this is kind of a test run for June, since it's going to be a little bit bigger of an event. But hopefully y'all will want to hang out and do it. That'd be awesome.
Look at you, Lizzie, promoting and everything. I appreciate you.
I feel like I'm not getting very much ore.
Look at you, Lizzie, promoting and everything. I appreciate you.
You're welcome, Amanda. I get it, Coaster. You've got a lot on your plate in the next coming month or so. So definitely don't commit till you know, if you can. But you've got a lot on your plate, so nobody will fault you for that, you know? Mining level 106. Okay, I see some ore over there. Oh, I see some more right here.
Right in front of you.
I'd like to get a real comfortable lead on gold, so when so I could go switch over to Elderwood. I like the fact that you can sleep too, Coaster. Sleep is very important. Maybe if it was a competition for Horse Tower. If it was a competition for Horse Tower, Coaster would win. Coaster's probably the only person that can run tower on horse.
This is a 1 minute warning. 1 minute left in the hour. And Lizzie, I was watching Oakling run the tower in a horse the other day. And Lizzie, I was watching Oakling.
How far did she get?
I didn't watch
It's
close enough
so
to know about that.
silly.
It's crazy. I saw that in the clip and I'm like, oh my god, I cannot believe
How far
they
did
took
she
the horse
get?
out of the underground, but
so
not out
silly.
of the freaking tower.
Yeah. We spent like 30 minutes in a stream doing it. It was so goofy. So goofy. Yeah. We spent like 30 minutes in a stream doing it. It was so goofy. So goofy.
All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Pull up your inventory so our charity mods can double check the scores. Make sure everything looks correct for them. All right, right, y'all. We made it to the first hour. First hour down. We have already raised $751. This is crazy, y'all. I think this is probably one of our biggest first hours we've ever had. So thank you guys so much for all the love and the support and the donations. Okay,
Let's go.
Let's make that 800.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Really quick.
All right, $871. And more chaos. It kind of works out perfect. So I'll read this to Angel. Just so you guys know, I'm releasing another twist. Your next twist is the
I'm
Elder.
guessing who it is.
I know. What?
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Depends on what it is. The next twist is an Elderwood pile. You get to pick one of the Elderwood piles. You'll dig it up. If it is an Umbrian item, you're going to get 10 points. If that Umbrian item happens to be a loot 1, you're going to get an extra 20 points. So it's a possible of 30 points.
Is everything... Like, I couldn't hear you for a second.
What is going on? I just noticed my thing's re-echoed again. All right, can you all hear me fine now?
Yep.
Yep.
I gotta refresh.
Oh, one person is really
Oh.
quickly in the buff room. You're back? Okay. So, once again.
All right, are we good again? Y'all can hear me fine?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so your next twist is the Elderwood pile. You get 1 pile. If you get an Umbrian, or Elderwood pile, sorry. If you get an Umbrian, it's 10 points. If that Umbrian happens to be a loot 1, you get an extra 20 points. So it's a possible 30 points. And what makes this even better, I was already planning on this twist, but just so that you're all aware, donation has come through, and all of you all, for the next 10 minutes, have to be in Elderwood. So what I'm gonna do when the mods are good, if you all want to go ahead and head to Elderwood now, before I start the timer.
I am in.
I'll let you guys go ahead and head to Elderwood now before the timer starts, so this way I can just start one timer. And as soon as we get back in, I need you to catch a starred bug, every single one of you all. And
So wait, I need a note. Because my memory is good but short.
Yes. So yeah, so everyone will start in Elderwood. You'll be there for 10 minutes. As soon as we start, immediately go for a starred bug. And M, I actually need 2 starred bugs from you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Chaos.
And your chat just loves you.
All of the chaos.
Yeah, they love to. Yes, we have a chaos queen over here, our lovely Twinkle Toes, and she just loves chaos.
That is my new chaos friend right now, and I love them.
I love this chaos. I really love that chaos. Like, we are friends of the chaos sometimes.
All right, so let's go over scores. You all can see and know where we're at. M, you were in the lead with 92 points.
Let's go.
Lizzie and 89 points. Angel and Ram, you are tied at 82 points. So this is really close match right now.
It is really close.
It's crazy. If we're looking at ore counts, just so you guys can know kind of wherever we're at for ore. Lizzie is in the lead with silver with 43. Ramrod 39. Angel 36. M has yet to make it to Elderwood. Or yet to make it to Killimus, so no silver.
Yeah.
For gold, Lizzie is in the lead with 50 pieces. M has 7. Ram has 3. And Angel has none. For platinum, our lead is 8 with Angel, 7 with M, 1 for Ram, and 0 for Liz. So there's your total points for that.
I got a platinum. And I haven't been to Elderwood. Yay.
So, all right. Is everybody in Elderwood? Everybody ready? Again, start bugs for everybody. M, I need 2.
Yes, of course. And the pile, right?
The pile, yeah. Whenever you all want to go to the pile, just let me know. And that's the next twist that is available. You still
ready.
have the kitsune, I think. I think everybody's been to their kitsune.
I think
Has
yes.
anybody not
Yeah, I
been to
think
the
so.
kitsune?
Yeah, I think only one person got the arrows. I think
Arrows.
everybody else
Oh.
got junk.
All right. Well, then you all may begin.
Let's go.
1 more hour down, then we'll have our halftime.
I don't know which one it is.
Have fun with those starred bugs. All the starred bugs. All the bugs. And elderwood
You
bugs.
said it's supposed to be a
over there.
starred bug, right?
Yes, but I mean, at least all of them got the chaos. I love this. Oh, thank you for the like on the stream. I appreciate that.
I got my starred frog.
Perfect.
Hard bug acquired.
I'm at a pile.
Thank you. Go ahead, Angel.
I am also at a pile.
War torn sword. I'm
Go
at
ahead.
a pile.
Thank you. Go
Ancient
ahead, Angel.
statue.
Nope. Neither one of those are good.
I am also at a pile.
War torn sword. Wah wah.
Go ahead.
Ancient statue.
Nope. Neither one of those are good.
These Ogapoops won't leave
First
me alone.
start back catch.
Bullies.
Thank you, Em. Jakey! Hi,
Oh, shit, I gotta
Jakey.
pop the war compass.
First start back catch.
Jakey, I think just modding me is where we're at. If you can help with that. Oh my god, what is happening?
I'm gonna pop one of my ore compasses.
Perfect, thank you.
I'm gonna pop one of my ore compasses.
Refreshing Angel.
Did I pass one? I did. Up top.
Problem for
Perfect,
me.
thank you.
That is the worst part for
Start
me.
bug
I'm
caught.
always lost over here.
Thank you, Ram.
Not this way, not this way, this way. Here is the pile, so it's good. You just need this freaking start bug. And of course, I have so many stones on my way.
Refreshing all of them.
Maybe the start frog.
Sounds good, Jakey. Have a good shower. The chaos, all
Maybe
the chaos.
just the start frog somewhere over here. Like, what's going on? Normally we have a spawn over here. This is a non-start, of course. And there is nothing. Is there anything? There is the dark essence one. Okay, head into the different place. Non-start. When it comes to those one, I'm not so lucky, friends, as you can see. And I can see the rummage pile. First, I would love to catch the start back. I'll go probably to Mid-Tana Grove also.
Chaos. Chaos is spoken.
Non-start, right? It is non-start. This one, non-start. Friends, You need to give me some luck. Some more luck. Look how many pieces of the Palia I have in here. No freaking way. No freaking way.
Oh my god. Oh no.
I heard something. Oh, here you are. Bug luck, yes, thank you so much. Any start one? One start bug. Of course, this one is non-start. Okay, Mitana Groove. I think Mitana Groove.
The chaos. I know, right?
Right.
The chaos, Shelby Lou.
Hi, Wim. Enjoy your daily drink, friend. I'm sorry, I'm so focused. But I'm looking for the start bug right now. And I catched one. Our friends just donated for some chaos in here. And I need to find the second one. And of course, like when I need to find something, I have loads of stone in front of me. You've got this. Thank you. Thank you that you believe in me. Where is this freaking one start bug?
As soon as she finds the start bug, I will do another chaos
I
wheel
have too many
spin.
people here. Definitely too many people here.
Oh my god.
They're just running around. And yes, I saw that you have a really fun day today, Wim. You go on with some crafting stream with our friends. Nope. Nope.
Oh my god.
I'm so unlucky today. I am. This one is not start. Where we have at least one start thing. And of course, friends, in the chat we have a link. There is a link.
Y'all are so mean.
Stream. So
Y'all are
yeah.
so
And
mean
our
to her.
bestie also. So
Oh my
definitely go check
god.
them out. Leave a follow. There is always a lot of fun.
So
And
mean.
I just love to stay lurky, just watching how you doing. Really, really fun things with the Legos. Like I love it. I love it. Is that the start one? Of course not. Where it is? This one is also on start. This one is called. Yes. Here we have. Here we have it. Okay, I have my second start bug. Okay, I have my
Your
second
community is
start
mean to you.
bug.
Or somebody's being mean to you, but I need another start bug from you, love.
Somebody's being mean to you, but I need another.
Are you joking me right now?
I'm not joking.
Are you joking me right now? I love you guys.
I'm not joking.
I love you guys. That one just loves to sabotage me. Yes, like for now we'll not have, for like at least 10 more minutes we'll not have a camera because I had to put the cream on my face. Like on my face. It is under my eye and it is a little bit, like I'm crying through it and it's my
I
eye
know,
is
right?
really red, so I
Like,
just need to clean
damn.
my eye really,
Y'all are
really
mean.
and it's like, I also have like a turned light off right now.
I mean, she's still currently
So
in the
probably
lead.
you
Only
will
by 1
not
point,
see
but she's still
anything
currently in the
anyway.
lead.
Third bug, yes, we need to find the third one. But you know what I'll do? I will head
Let's
to
get the chaos wheel
occasion,
going here.
where we can find also
see.
the rummage pile. So maybe I'll find something on my way over there, and we'll just start with
See what
the
our
rummage
chaos
pile
wheel
too.
brings us.
Like if we found 2 of the start bugs already, we can find the third one. We can do it. Oh, there was something. I heard something. Where it is?
All right, y'all. Chaos Wheel has
Oh, that was the first
spoken
one.
and has given Ram a piece of gold.
and has given Ram a piece of gold.
I like gold.
Anything with the star, friends.
I like gold.
Anything.
Along with that gold, Ram, you were gifted a piece of silver.
Along with that gold, Ram, you were gifted a piece of silver.
Thank you, thank you.
We are.
Thank you.
One is non-start. Let's
I'm sorry,
see
that was
them.
4 pieces of silver. 4
Let's
pieces
see
of
them.
silver.
4 pieces of silver. 4 pieces of silver.
Also, with that donation, we are now over $900 raised. That donation, we are now over $900 raised.
Nope. Let's go, 900 friends. Like, it's going really well. Like, as you can see on top of the screen, the goal of donation is 1,000, and we're already so close to get it. Let's go.
My computer feels overloaded right now.
Oh,
At one of the
let's
piles.
go.
Go ahead,
Is
ma'am.
it the start one? No. No.
War-torn horn.
I'm just like, I will cry in a second.
Does not help you.
Where's
Sorry.
the stern box? Like, I always have that. Every time when we're looking for something.
At one of the piles.
Go ahead,
Every
ma'am.
time. Every freaking time. Do we have anything with the star over here? No.
War-torn horn.
No.
Does not help you. Sorry.
Lasher Mestre Mesquite has joined the castle.
There's another donation. I'm just scared. Right now, I'm scared what we'll find. And I don't want to know who is that. Is it our Chaos Queen? Where it is. Give me the start button.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, now we have a quest to
Thank
find the
you.
start bug.
Alright,
That
well,
is my
well,
main
wait.
quest right
I need
now.
to get M to get her start bug, and then we've got 2. I don't know if you saw that. Okay, Lindsay, you saw that.
This
Well,
one
wait,
also
though.
is non-start. Let's go to check up the location with the frogs again. Maybe there will be something. And the best part is sometimes you're just running around and you're not even noticing them.
By the way, y'all are
Ooh.
free to go.
also
You all
can
can
find some of the
leave
mushrooms,
Elderwood if you
right?
all like. Poor
But
M
also
this whole
there's nothing.
time.
Like, did they dismount all of the bugs from here?
She's behind now, so I gotta refresh her again.
Unstart.
By the way, y'all
Unstart.
are free to go. You all can leave Elderwood if you all like.
Luck with it. We need to get one. Thank you for the
Amazing.
flashlight. Of course, this one is non-start. Let's scare it off.
Oh my god.
Thank you. Yeah, pss, 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 come over. Come over. Where are you? Like, I've been in all of the locations and there is nothing. Nothing over here. Nothing over here.
I'm
All we'll
wondering
have to do
if
is
the
just
start
find
bug
the,
sabotage needs to be raised.
part. Frog. Lifelock, yeah. Why? Why?
You just got gifted a piece of
I
platinum.
know what I'll do.
You just got gifted a
Thank
piece
you
of
so
platinum.
much. Thank you
Hopefully
so
that platinum helps you
much.
find this last start bug. Hopefully that platinum helps you find
Yep,
this last
it's
start bug.
hard. Yep, it's hard. I'm looking around, friends. I can't see anything. Of course, infected one. Is there anything in here? Nope. Maybe let's go with the pile first. And I'll go to Kilima for the start bug, I think. And we can go back over here anytime. Friends, we need more luck, I think. More luck.
Oh my god. Poor Emma. This is
One
chaos.
Bug. Just one. This one is still over there. I'm sorry, Mushroom. I need to scare you. Ooh, I forgot about this place. Of course, non-start. I was looking on the big trees also, but I didn't notice any of the bug over there. you know, it is like, oh, maybe during the nighttime. This one is also not starred.
Lizzie, I need you to catch me a starred bug, please. Or starred fish, sorry. Starred fish. Lizzie, I need you to catch me a starred bug, please. Or starred fish, sorry. Starred fish.
Too easy for them. Too easy. I'm just laughing at that. I'm just laughing because, you know. Ooh. Let's go again. Let's check again on the trees. Let's just check again on the trees over here. Maybe I'll find anything. No! Whew. That was close. There is some bug.
Crazy.
Please tell me there is at least one star.
Starfish done.
Of course,
Thank
this
you.
one isn't. There is nothing.
Starfish done.
Thank
Too
you.
easy. Too easy. Nope. Okay, let's go to the rummage pile.
Oh my god.
Let's look at the rummage pile. Okay, I'm at the rummage pile. Why you're not start?
I'm watching. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm at the rummage pile.
I'm watching. Go ahead.
War Turn Banner.
Nope,
Number 3.
Not an Umbrian item. Sorry.
War Turn Banner. Number 3.
Nope, not an Umbrian item. Sorry.
Not this time, friends. Not this time. Last chance for the start bug over here.
Start bug
Last
is
freaking
killer. Oh, more wieners. More wieners. Look at all the wieners.
And because we can go to the different mobs, I think I'll go to Kinema to go for some silver already, maybe. Maybe that would be a good idea also. So we'll just run around. We'll find the bug. And we'll go for silver. Why you're not start? Okay. That will be a good way to go. Nothing, or maybe. Like, I'm stubborn, you know that, friends. I'm really stubborn, and normally I'm just going with the hard way, non-start. So I'll just run around over here for a second still. And I'll run to the Murdoch. Will not find
I know,
anything on
for
our
him.
way.
You
Or
have
the
no room to
star.
talk, Twinkle.
We'll go to Kinema. There is nothing. There is nothing. There is a platinum. Can we have like anything starred over here?
Oh my god.
I've got a really nice recipe with the cheese today. Ooh, the new one? Is it the new one? Wait, is it in the game or in real life? Let me know, because right now
Or compass is over.
I'm thinking about the game too much.
Perfect, thank you. Angel, you just got gifted an
Or
emerald.
Ooh. In game.
Thank you,
Oh, I
Angel.
love
And
it.
with that, we have raised $1,001. We were raising our total goal to $1,500. We were raising
Let's
our
go.
total goal to $1,500.
Let's go, guys. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, like there was a platinum. The medium one. Okay, a last chance on top over here. If only, like, last chance. I told that already so many times. We'll have a last chance. But, yep. I don't want to give up on the Elderwood yet. Like, Elderwood, I believe in you.
God.
Give me the start bug.
It's almost 20 minutes she's been on these start bugs.
There it is. Okay, the last start bug catch. Oh, we've got
Perfect.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, the last start bug catched.
Can I get all of y'all now to stop what you're doing and talk to the nearest NPC, please? I need everyone to stop what they're doing and talk to the nearest NPC.
I just got to my plot.
I need everyone to stop what they're doing and talk to the nearest NPC. Well, you just can't mind until you talk to an NPC, so... Well, you just
Can't mind until you talk.
I just left. I'm gonna do what we're supposed to do. Go talk to the nearest NPC.
We're close. It's good. We are close to Ulfi. And I have a quest with Ulfi. I'll need to skip that quest.
Lizzie's done talking to Ulfi.
Talk with him, so
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yep, let's go. And where is Ulfi?
Lizzie's done talking to Ulfi.
Thank you.
Talk to Hecla.
Thank you.
Oh no.
And when you're done with that, I need you all to repair your tools.
Talk to Hecla.
Thank you. And then we're
So I
caught
was
up
doing that anyway.
until somebody else is doing
I said
anything
like
else.
I want to skip,
with
right?
that, I need you all to repair your tools.
I spoke to
Ulfi done?
Subira.
Yes, I
Thank
was
you.
doing that anyway.
And then we're caught up until somebody else is doing anything else. So
I was talking with
my
Ulfi,
God,
and
spoke
right
to
now
Subira.
I'm gonna to fix my tools.
thank you.
Done.
All
I was
right.
talking with Ulfi, and right now I'm gonna to
We have-
fix my tools.
Lizzie repaired.
Perfect.
Done.
Thank you. We have less than 40 minutes left in the half,
Yeah.
y'all, and we have
Talk
already
to
raised over
Ulfi, check tools,
$1,000.
check.
Lizzie repaired.
Everything done. Everything done.
Perfect.
Tools
It's
repaired.
good.
We have
My-
less than 40 minutes left in the half, y'all, and we have already raised over $1,000.
Just in case, friends.
Tools repaired.
I see that my eye is still not looking great, so I'll stay without the camera. Yeah, I need to check Kahako. I just need to check because unfortunately there was like something fall into my eye today in the morning, and I have my cream for it because it is a
Another
little bit
chaos.
irritated.
We have
I needed to put it
one
in.
left. Is this our last one? Okay,
And it
one more.
looks like
One
it
left. Let's
doesn't
get this
look
chaos
great,
built.
So
Let's
maybe we'll stay
get it
without
to
the
load
camera
right,
for a
though.
little bit. Wait,
Would be
I
wonderful.
want to go back to the location where I've been.
There we go.
Yeah,
All right.
like you know, the health issues, normal thing. Sometimes it happens.
Let's see what our last
So don't
chaos
mind if
will-
I don't
last
have a camera today. Like if we'll not have a camera for
Perfect. Thank
later.
you.
We'll see if everything will be okay. I'll just
I
put it
popped my
back.
last work.
Perfect. Thank you.
And now I have another start bug. Like this is some kind of joke. And we had
No.
so many stones over here, and there are no over here anymore. Another start one. Is that some kind of joke?
Ramrod,
God.
I need
wait, 'cause I
you
almost
to
missed
catch
it.
a fish,
Almost
please.
missed it.
Thanks to the chaos wheel. Ramrod,
On it.
I need you to catch a fish, please. Thanks to the chaos wheel.
At least the
On it.
chaos will like me, so I'm not picked up. At least that.
You opened your mouth now. You shouldn't have said anything.
Anything on the tracker? No.
Once
I
again.
still can use the ore compass.
I
but
said
don't
you
know
shouldn't
if
have
I
said
want.
anything about the random chaos wheel, because now that you said something, we'll see what the
Oh,
next wheel
no.
says.
You know, I know that, but we'll
Said
see.
you
Like,
shouldn't
I'm
have
quite
said
lucky,
anything about
so
the
it's
random
good.
chaos wheel, because now that you said something,
Out of bronze blue gill.
we'll see what the next wheel says.
You
Thank
know,
you.
you know, I know that, but we'll see. Like, I'm quite lucky, so it's good.
Out of bronze blue gill.
Thank you. These scores, look at how much has changed.
I'm gonna pop an ore compass also.
Perfect, thank you. Look at how much the scores have changed in this hour already. Like, it's been
I'm
crazy.
gonna pop an ore compass.
Emma went from the leader to the behind. Lizzie's in first, but look at, like, everybody's scores are so close to each other. It could be anyone's game still. So crazy hour. This has been an insane hour. Hopefully M can finally get some points now. She lost the lead in platinum. And actually she went down to third place in platinum, and that's what really did it for her. That's what she lost points from. If you're wondering why she's got less points than she started this hour with. Ram and Lizzie are currently tied for silver. So that could be a game changer in points as well. Alright. Let's check in on Lizzie here. See how Lizzie's doing. By the way, speaking of Tiltify stuff, we did get in the mail the other day
Extra
our
20 points.
50
Wow, that's a lot.
lifetime fundraising
We can do it. We can do it.
pin. That came in the mail. So we are now at 50. I think the next pin we get is 100. We also, though, we're supposed to be getting something in the mail.
Yeah, 20 is a lot.
Will
That'll give
actually,
me a really good buffer.
Lindsay, remind me at halftime to talk about
I'm gonna check the
Tiltify.
secret cave
Announcement.
because sometimes there's platinum in here, or like
I want to wait. I want to wait because I want to talk
alien
to
modes.
let streamers here too.
Lizzie Raves, spam your favorite emotes. Oh, I got you
Tiltify
back.
announcement. Those dang wieners. I got sandwiches, but now I'm like, I don't know. Cheese coney sounds good right now. Let's check in on Angel here and see how Angel's doing. Bum, 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 bum. Look at Angel and Ram right now. These points, the score. I'm wondering if M's gonna be able to catch back up again.
And we'll
Lucky with
come
this
back
platinum
over
right now.
here. We'll definitely come back over here. As for now, I did not have too much luck with the stones, so...
Yeah, go get
I
some
think
points
Kilima
somewhere
would
else.
be good.
I think that's smart.
Where is Kilima? Kilima Central Stables.
Yeah, definitely smart. Change it up a little
Or
bit.
opal, or wherever that is shiny and not red. Yes. Like, it would be also fun to have, like, some kind of, like, multicolor stones. You know what, friends, I'll do? I know I don't need stone, the normal stone, so I'll just throw it away. We don't need
Throw
those
it
bugs anymore, so
away.
let's throw them away also. I'll do it a little bit quicker. Because, like, they are just taking my inventory space. I know that I can send them back home, but I don't need the stone at all. It doesn't give me too much of money. Let's get rid of meat. Let's get rid of that. A
Get rid of
little
all.
bit of chaos was over here. Let's just make it this way. Okay. And let's start to look for some stones here. Rainbow gems for a proud move, please. Yes! That would be so good. Hope Monday will bring
I would love to have a
good
rose
news
quartz.
to Kohaku, or the problem is resolved as soon as possible with the computer. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Fingers crossed for Kohaku, friends. On Monday, that would be amazing to hear some good news from Kohaku.
I would love to have a rose quartz stone.
Hope I'll have that prism. Ooh, or maybe that, like, a prism something. Because we have, like, a prism fish. Imagine to have, like, a prism stone. That would be so good. Holding fingers crossed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Drake. It is definitely needed.
Let's
Of course,
check
I'll
in
keep
on
that in our
Ram.
mind when we'll be...
bum, 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 bum. 30 minutes left in the half. 30 minutes left. Small hiccups on the layout, but so far I think so far so good. Bum, 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 bum. Why it's in my head like that every time? I don't know. Alright, y'all. I am going to release another twist into the game. I'm going to release the plushie twist. So, the first streamer to get a plushie will get 20 points. Anybody else to get the plushie, you get 10 points. Everybody. I'm going to do this. Will that refresh it?
Like randomly get a plushie or get a plushie from our plot?
No, random plushie. You gotta just obtain a new plushie out in the world. Whoever gets the first plushie will get the 20 points, and then anybody else gets a plushie, it'll be 10 points. No, random plushie. You gotta just obtain a new plushie out in the world. Whoever gets the first plushie will get the 20 points, and then anybody else gets the plushie, it'll be 10 points.
Oh, it's good. It's anyway good. So I can burn my loved ones instead. Oh no. Oh no. Like, we are not burning anyone, Asa. We are not burning anyone. You know that. And yeah, like, friends, of course, remember about staying hydrated. If you need some snacks, please do so. Please go grab them. It's really important to be happy with the full belly and, of course, with something good to drink. I still have my coffee, which I'm keeping for later. I want to have like completely cold coffee. I don't have any ice with me today, so I'm just keeping it in this way. Is any type of the plushie? Okay.
Everything is lagging like crazy right now, y'all.
We got a flame rock hopper plushie.
Well, look at Lizzie there, getting the first plushie. That's 20 points to Lizzie, but anybody else that gets a plushie, it'll be 10 points.
Let's try with it. Let's try with it. Like, I'm not lucky with the plushie, so you know how it is. It would be good to have any kind of the rock plushies. Number said no eating.
Alright. Good lord. That moves Lizzie up pretty high now in the score, but again, we're still sitting there in closeness. An excellent development for Lizzie. I know, right?
Hey, yo.
I mean, it helps build that lead of hers.
That'll be good because we need to take some time to find an amethyst. So this will be really good. Really, really good. I cannot believe that happened. I am
Disclaimer,
shocked,
all
honestly,
plushies found
that
during the charity hunt
happened.
must be donated to Amanda Lay. No, I'm kidding. Just kidding.
But that just goes to show. I will definitely donate it to you.
I didn't have to find anything I can donate you. How many you want?
Oh, man.
I didn't have to find anything I can donate you. How many you
I
want?
must take some sort of action. Oh god, Nerdy. Nerdy, what you gotta do? What you gonna do, Nerdy?
Okay. Y'all, I think that's it for this area. Let's try to find some more platinum and get the lead in that so we can hopefully get the amethyst. Yeah, for real. Gonna have to clip that. Absolutely.
I'm still waiting on somebody to get a kit soon. I want to spin this
Yeah, I
wheel.
always forget the area under the bridge. When you come out of Central Stables, there's always a ton of ore down there. So when I go back, I need to look at that. Oh yeah, I need a ruby. You're right, you're right, you're right.
MK is
Yeah, I'll do them as I go.
going down. Out of my drink. Rude. Now, how are we doing on
My ore
ore?
compass is done.
Thank you, Angel.
Where was that ore just now?
So 20
My ore compass is done.
20 platinum from Angel. Holy cow. Okay.
There was an ore right in front of me, and it disappeared.
Nobody's in. Well.
Okay then.
Oh. Lizzie, my dear, people know your lead, and they have decided to give you a little bit of sabotages. First things first, I need you to head over to Bahari. You're in Bahari for the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
As soon as you are over there, I need you to forge 5 items. Now, the forging 5 items, they have to at least be 2 different items. So it could be a mushroom and a Dari clove, or a mushroom and a sweet leaf. But it has to be 5 items and 2 different.
Okay.
And then you also cannot
Holy
hit
crap.
any stone-only nodes for 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So ore only?
Or only, correct.
Okay. Gotcha.
Cannot hit any stone-only nodes.
Maybe.
On my way.
There was somebody else in the cave, so maybe.
So ore only?
I've started your timer. I'm doing 1 timer for both of them since they're 10 minutes long. So.
On my way. Okay, bet.
1 timer for both of them since they're 10 minutes long. So.
Ore compass is done.
Thank you, Ram. We got. Nerdy says, "Hold my
Let's find our
beer."
forage. Let's get that done, and then we
Oh,
will
Nerdy.
get started on the iron. I know there's usually a bunch of sweet leaf over here. We got a mushroom right there. 1.
Nerdy says, "Hold my
We
beer."
need 5 total, but 2 different types. So that's 2. Dang, both starred. That's wild. I'm gonna take this time to look for some ore too, so we can come back to it. I see another forage, another mushroom. 3. We need a sweet leaf. There it is. Okay, 4. We need one more forage item. There's sweet leaf over there. Forage is done.
Perfect. Thank you.
5. Forage is done. Okay, y'all.
Thank you.
Let's get the iron. Let's get the gold. Let's secure it. That is stone. We can't hit that.
Karina. Ooh, got a sapphire today. Look at you go, Karina.
Let's go down
How
to
is Lady
8.
Karina today?
I love the sabotages. We're going to get the sapphire. We're going to knock it out, and then we're going to go back to Elderwood. This is iron. And get our ruby. A starred garnet. Let's go. We'll take that.
Ooh, get this point.
All points are good points. I know, right, Luna? They really did give me a favor. I would have stayed in Elderwood till I got the ruby. So coming out here is going to be a nice little break.
You like the new setup for the charity event?
And
Thank
the
you.
fact that
I
they did
appreciate
the
it.
iron or the
I try to get something that you all can see everything that's going on,
Disco deer
and then we can shift things around.
means I'll have
So I'm
a
able to
better chance
like
at that.
All right, we're just gonna do it the easy way.
switch through streamers. You all can hear the different streamers as we go through things.
Off. I'm back. How it's going? It's going quite good. We had a lot of sabotages from our friends, and it was a lot of fun. So thank you so much, friends. Thank you so much for making that even more funny. I love it so much. And right now we have like I'm in Kilima to gather some stone, silver maybe. I'm looking for start stones, of course. And let's hope I'll be able to find a lot of silver. And we're doing really great when it comes to collecting money for the charity.
Nerdy.
Jasper, let's go. We've got a Jasper. We've got Jasper. It's a really pretty stone and it's quite rare.
Everybody
but
has
also,
hit
friends, I
100
would love
points.
to see at least one emerald on my end. Make it better in info if you ask about gems and magical use together. Ooh, Kohaku, did you check that up already?
Let's check in on Ram. Got 5 more minutes of no stone. This is like beginner's luck going here. I don't know, but then again, M is new too, so we got 2 brand new streamers and then 2 veterans on the charity event. So Yep, there's the donation link, by the way, if you do. And also, check out our streamers if you don't know who is all streaming and competing today. Here are all of our competitors. Ram is so focused. I know he is focused. He's dialed in. Trying to get those points. Let's check in over here on Lizzie.
I saw something down there, but I don't think I did. That stone.
She's got 3 minutes left of being stuck in Bahari and only being able to hit ore. So iron and gold is all that she can hit.
Yeah,
She can't hit stone onlys.
This one, right? Yeah. Sorry, I think I scrolled off of it when we moved. Well, I was deleting some. That's iron. Some of the stuff. I see 2 iron nodes down there.
Nothing has really changed
Dang,
in
iron nodes.
ore yet. So
Come on, sapphire. Aquamarine, let's go. Not the blue we wanted, but we will take it.
winter points.
Stone. Mossy, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had the best sleep and I hope you're having a good day so far.
Passing up a lot of regular stone, unfortunately. Which, I mean, yeah, they give you
bang
the
on
lower
table.
end stones, but
Demand
you're more
a
likely to get them.
sapphire
And so
from
they
Bahari
have
Bay.
a good, they're good to
We
hit.
need all the sapphire luck, y'all.
She's got a minute and 15 left.
Okay.
And then she's gonna hate me again. It's fine.
We found gold. Let's go. Come on, give us a sapphire. Nope, but we did get 3 gold. Not bad. Not bad at all. I'm gonna go this way and then maybe come back and try to go in the cave.
Y'all ready for some more chaos?
Yes, horses could be used. I just haven't been doing it because I feel like it's more effort for me to try to pay attention while I'm riding. But horses can be used. Pets can be used too.
Lizzie, your time is up in Bahari and stone nodes.
Stuff back.
However, I need you to go home. You are grounded for the next 10 minutes.
Oh no. Okay. Oh.
However, I need you to go home. You are grounded for the next 10 minutes.
Okay. Perfect timing. So now I can empty out my bag. It's fine. It's fine. We can.
Just so you are aware, we do have the ungrounding ability. That will be unlocked now. So if anybody in Lizzie's community wants to unground her, you can unground her with a donation. And then after 5 minutes have passed, she will be unlocked and released back into the world if anybody does that donation.
Amanda, her community just grounded her. I don't think they're going to unground her.
Just offer in the offer.
Okay, let's get. They're so mean to me.
Community just grounded her. I don't think they're going to unground her.
Just offer in the offer.
They're so mean to me.
Just checking in here with him.
Yes, what was his name? Mark Pillar. Ooh, let me check first. Friends, let me know also what they're doing, because I'm really... the creator makers glitching tutorials for Palia. Like, I could guess that, right? I could guess that one. And so I had the drawing phase and the middle school. I have a lot of YouTube. I have, for example, a lot of creators tapped. I have like a special folder on my browser with all of the creators of the birthday cards, some crafting and crafters, some people who were streaming. They stream not streaming anymore, unfortunately. Ooh, start.
I mean, if you want to take back over the stones, Mom, I'm sure Jen wouldn't mind. If we get any more people to do stones. Yeah. Empress! What's up, love? Ram is so focused. We got a piece of platinum from Empress. Look at that though. Ram and Angel are neck and neck. Neck and neck.
Colors.
Angel decided to check out the Highlands. I'm intrigued. Mini Empress's birthday. Aww.
Surprisingly, I already
Well,
have all
happy
the Jack
birthday
Cat,
to Mini
requirements,
Empress.
like the furs that come out of all of the different types. I've got that one already, the Elementalist.
My yeah. Lower my thingy over here since my cat decided to want to be something big. Do, 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 do. Which streamer are you supporting? For reasons. Oh my god. What's up, Awkward Giraffe? How are you doing, love? All the chaos, and I love it from y'all. I love it.
Damn it, there was Jack Cats back there. We'll see. If I have any luck.
That's not all at all suspicious. Oh, that's funny. Alright, let's check in on M here.
Surprised I haven't found any gold yet. This is amazing, considering how much I found the other day.
My stream deck just sometimes works and sometimes wants to work. I don't know what to do about it.
Very strange, maybe I'm but a devil person. You know, sometimes you just need... Oh, another Jasper. Nice. Sometimes you just need to have a good purpose for drawing. You just need to have like a good purpose for
5 minutes
it.
left.
Thank you
Nobody
so much.
has
Thank you
released
so much, friends, for the follow. Welcome in our
Lizzie,
community
so she
cafe.
is stuck
Of course,
there.
feel free to be lurky, feel free to be chatty. We are just right now in the Great Palia Charity Hunt. We're raising money, so feel free to stay in here. Feel free to be lurky. Of course, friends, I know that in the title we don't have any information about the drops, but we also have drops, so no worries. You will get them over here too, if you did not got them yet. Oh, is there a
Drops are
stone? I
definitely
think there is a
obtainable in
stone.
all of our streams.
As I made so cute book on the... Oh, I will need to check that. And yes, like, Ginger, I have a plan to draw something for this drawing challenge too. But I need to find the time. Hi, Belchos. How you doing, friend? Welcome in and enjoy your daily drink.
Again, if you all have not checked out
A
all of
strong
our
shot of the
streamers, make
blueberry
sure you guys do
brandy.
so.
A little bit of
Right
alcohol for you
here
today.
is our list of
Of course,
streamers.
remember, it is only virtual, so we don't need to worry. We will not have, like,
And then a
hangover
big thank you
tomorrow.
shout out to all of our mods today as well.
Oh, leave this freaking rock. Leave it.
And if you would like to participate as a moderator and help us out with these events, fill out that form and join us. The more the merrier. It takes a village to put on these events. It really does. So thank you guys, all of my mods.
Oh, that was close to it. I like only a few layers on a book. It's like
3.5 minutes left in the hour.
I know
3.5 minutes
also
left.
tested like drawing on like a computer. Are you still doing that too?
Let's see how Lizzie's doing. My stream deck is like warping out.
Thank you so much for the gremlin redeem bat. It's not
I have
too
reasons.
bad.
Good
I'm
reasons.
enjoying the break
Charity
a little bit,
reasons.
rubbing my hands and trying to
Oh my
get
gosh.
that out. But it's going good. It's pretty fun. I don't know who that is, Strap. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's fun. It's amazing. It's pretty good so far. I am very much enjoying this event though. Oh, that's okay, Giraffe. I mean, I don't mind.
Her time is pretty much to be the rest of the half, so. Let's check in on
We're about to
Angel.
be at the 2-hour mark too. So it's so good. It's all good. We're all gonna be taking a break.
Another starred sapphire? Ayo. Shit.
Star Sapphires. Okay, Angel. Look at that build up. Angel's like right there now. Holy
I've got
cow.
2 sapphires and a starred sapphire now.
Just taking all my sapphires.
Yeah, but are these proud horns technically? Are these proud horns?
Yes, they do drop Proudhorn plushies. Is that a... Was that a flow tree? In the Highlands?
Wow, that was a terrible shot.
They do flow trees in the Highlands? I have not seen a flow tree in the Highlands. But that totally was a flow tree, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I think the only the downside. Oh god, as my
Whoa.
mouse just spins around in circles. The downside of proud horns in this area is they run a lot farther than the ones in. I think they get away a lot farther than the ones in Bahari.
Less than a minute left in the hour. Lizzie, if you didn't know, your timer ends at the hour mark.
So it might not be smart to do it. But we'll hit stuff as we go. We'll just.
Less than a minute left in the hour. Lizzie, if you didn't know, your timer ends at the hour mark. All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Put up your inventory sheets for me so the mods can see that. We are going to take our break first. When we get back from the break, then you guys will head home, grab your guys' lucky coin, and then head to the underground. And we'll take care of the underground stuff when we're back from our break. During the break over here, I do a mystery outfit giveaway for the 10 minutes. That's kind of how I do my timer. And then we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Just make sure that you guys' inventories are up for them to look at while you guys are on your 10-minute break. My giveaway for Mix It Up has been so slow lately. I don't know if anybody else uses Mix It Up and feels the same.
I actually just switched to Mix It Up yesterday because of all the stream elements talk,
Yeah.
and I got worried I would lose everything.
I love Mix It Up to death. I use it for a lot of things. So, but yeah. All right, the timer has started. The giveaway has started. I'm gonna step away as
Netabet
well.
has become a Lasha.
And then we'll be back in about 10 minutes. So enjoy your guys' break.
NettyBet followed your channel.
Thank you. All right, I will be back, y'all.
Kaibaline has become a Lasha.
Kabaline followed your channel.
Roe_X has become a Lasha.
Roe_X followed your channel.
All right, y'all, I am back. All right, y'all, I am back. Sorry. Right. Sorry, y'all. Forgot my phone was still on. All right, let's see how our giveaway is going. How much time we got left? 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. Not a lot of names in there. Exclamation mark mystery in the chat if you want to be entered into the mystery outfit giveaway. 2.5 more minutes of our 10-minute break. Again, if you guys would like to be entered into the mystery outfit giveaway, make sure you guys go on over to my chat and enter in. We got 2.5 minutes left of that. Oh, I know. I see. I've been hearing the donations. We'll go over them in a minute. After we get stuff situated. I do require you all to be a follower. That is one thing. Sorry, it makes it easier for me to give out the mystery outfits. If you are back and you would like to go ahead and head to your plot, grab your lucky coin, and then head to the underground while we're waiting, that would be wonderful.
I have my lucky coin with me, so I can go to the undergrounds already.
Looks like everybody's back as well, so I'll go ahead and go over the points and where we're at on it while you guys are doing all that. And it is a tight race. Y'all are keeping this really tight, and I love it. In our first place spot goes to Lizzie right now for 146 points. Angel's close by with 142 points. Ramrod at 118 and M at 104. So still anybody's game on those point system. GG's to Empress Magalina for our halftime mystery outfit winner. I'll make sure to get that to you probably tomorrow when I get into the game. All right, so let's go ahead and get these. What we're doing, those that already get the coins, so we can get the ball rolling. You guys are going to open up your box when I tell you to open it up. If you get a furniture item, you get 10 points. If you get a plushie, you get 20 points. I see Angel is ready to go. Angel, if you want to go ahead and open up yours. Maybe Angel was ready.
Sorry, I was muted, but I got the jug. I got a jug.
The jug. That's furniture item. That's 10 points for Angel. Go ahead, M. I see you're next. Up and ready.
Oh, I'll go to my hot pot.
Supreme bomb.
Supreme bombs. Oof. Yes. As soon as you're done opening up your deal, go ahead and go to a hot pot table. A hot pot. You guys will play one round of hot pot. If you win your round of hot pot, you get 10 points. Then you're gonna spin the wheel. If you get a furniture item, you get an extra 10 points. If you get a plushie from there, or sorry, deco. If you get a deco bag, that's 10 points. If you get a plushie bag, it's 20 points. So lots of points in this halftime mode. Go ahead and Lizzie, go ahead and open up yours.
I got a green cylinder.
Green cylinder, that's a plushie. That's 20 points. Let's go. And Ramrod, as you're taking a drink.
Yep. Smoke bombs.
Smoke bombs. All right, go ahead and play your guys' hot pots. While you guys are talking about, while you guys are doing your hot pots, I do want to talk a little bit about Charlie Mike. Because I was doing a little bit of look and research that I do obviously on all my charities. And what I really loved about let me open up. I got their logo still. So Charlie Mike was created by modern combat veterans who know the realities of war and the realities of returning to civilian life. So this is a charity event that was created by veterans for veterans, which was nice to see. They have some amazing programs. So they work on they have a canine battle buddy training program. They also do, I can never say the name right, but they do horse training and riding program as well. Which is why I let you all use your horses this round. But I think it's a big benefit to have organizations like this, because it's super hard for veterans who have gone and seen things that nobody else will ever see, and then try to get out of the mentality of a soldier and getting back into civilian life can be extremely hard. So having organizations like this to help them and support them is super, super important. I am not a military person myself, but if you can see behind me, I did bring out my flags. My grandfather served in Vietnam, and many of his brothers and sisters and that generation of my family have also served. So the military, especially the Marines, are very important to me because of that. So, and of course, I know Ramrod is our veteran and somebody who's very adamant about our veterans organizations who suggested this. So I do want to give props to Ramrod for offering some different charity events, and I appreciate you picking this one because it's important.
Okay, I won the
All right.
hot pot.
Go ahead and spin your wheel.
Not yet, but I'm ready right now.
Go ahead.
Gold prize, the plushie prize back.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so M won hers and got a plushie, so that is 30 points.
Do we want to know what plushie I've got?
What'd you get?
We play again if we didn't win.
You do not. No, you get one chance.
Okay.
What'd you get, M?
A giant Monty plush.
Yay,
Nice
let's go,
one.
Dragons. All right, when you are done, you'll just go to the central stable of the adventure zone you want to start your next round in. I will say, let me look in here real quick. I am kind of...
Won my hot pot.
Thank you, Angel. Lindsay, do you see the anonymous? Are we going with what the reward says or what the comment says? Also, if I can get Shaytronics to my chat, please, that would be appreciated. Angel, go ahead and spin your wheel, hun. The anonymous $100
Lucky
donation.
coin prize bag.
Well, that does not help you. Angel, when you go to your adventure zone, go home instead, please. You're going to be starting Groundation.
Always won.
I know,
Every time.
I know. You're always grounded at least once. Isn't showing for you at all? Oh, I can't even go into the Discord there. Give me 1 second here.
I did not win Hot Pot.
Rip.
All right, sorry guys, I had to discuss with mods to figure out what we were doing. All right, so Shaytronics, I still need you in my chat when you get a chance, please. Lizzie, you just received a gift of 5 ore compasses. I will also say now, probably no more donations of ore compasses for you, or you're not going to be able to get through them.
machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Hey, you can always share them with everybody.
We can do that. If I hit limit,
No, I'm just teasing.
Amanda, if we hit limit, I'll happily share them with the class.
I mean, I think you'll be okay. I just don't want you to get gifted more and not be able to use them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ramron, you got gifted a piece of silver, 2 pieces of silver.
Whoop whoop.
All right. So I wanted to say something before we got started, and I got distracted by trying to figure out what the problem was. But I did want to announce I got an email the other day from Tiltify, and my Tiltify, which is literally just the Great Paleo Charity Hunt, even though it's under Behind the Last Streaming, it's been just the charity hunts. Was in the top 300 fundraisers of 2025.
Let's go.
So we're getting a pin for that.
Let's go.
And we are long on the way of hopefully continuing to keep that this year as well. And then just another little tidbit. I have to refresh this because we've gotten donations since then. But we are under $1,400 away from have raised $60,000 for charity through the Great Paleo Charity. Under $1,400 away.
That's
we
incredible.
can hype for it.
So
like this is a huge.
And you all have already raised $1,200 today. That's added there already, by the way. So that's not needs to be added. It's already added. I watched it because I wanted to make sure. So added all the other changes just so you guys know what's going on with your guys' bonuses and everything. Angel is now in the lead at 162 points. Lizzie is at 161. M 134. Ramrod at 118. So those halftime points definitely changed the game a little bit. All right, are you all ready for your second half?
Yep.
Ready.
All right, you all may begin.
And I'll start my ore compass.
Perfect. Emma's doing her ore compass.
I'm doing mine as well.
Lizzie's doing one of her many. May begin.
And I'll start my ore compass.
Perfect. Emma's doing her ore compass.
I'm doing mine as well.
One of her many. Just a reminder, anybody who's donating, I need you all to use the comment section to let me know where your money is going, who is getting the donations. I just had an anonymous come through without it going to somebody, so if that anonymous wants to pop in my Discord, in my chat, and tell me what you just a purchased and who it goes to, that would be greatly appreciated. I need you all to use the comment section to let me know where your money is going, who is getting the donations. I just had an anonymous come through without.
Pretty sure it was supposed to say Ramrod, but you know, I'm just saying.
How do you know it was a sabotage or an incentive?
Hey, good or bad, I'll take it.
Who it goes to, that would be greatly appreciated.
Pretty sure it was supposed
Completely get it. I completely get it. When it comes to the chocolate, I know that children love it. And I know that when my mom was just trying to hide some chocolate from me, it was freaking hard because I had like a radar. I don't know how I was
just
doing
wants the
it.
attention, for
I
real.
was just finding her hidden chocolate all the time. So sometimes she was even buying more than one to hide that somewhere around. Hi, Pretty, how you doing? And let's go. 72 times you gifted away a coffee for everyone. Thank you so much. I come back to chocolate talk. We are just talking about the dark chocolate, and like Tanya said, like yes, I have a dark chocolate 90%, so I know that my children will not take it, and I get that completely. Like imagine, friends, my mom always, like when she was like younger, when she was like when I was young and my mom was younger, she was
Let's
not
go
a
check
huge
in
fan
on
of
Lizzie
any
here.
kind of sweets.
So many. I
Only
think these are going to be outside. So we should do them first. Oh, I went too far.
I also still need to see Shaytronic in my chat, please. Shaytronic, I still need to see you in my chat, please.
I don't know if Shaytronics is in this chat. I don't think so. But if you're in this chat, Shaytronics, you need to go to Behind the Last Streaming's chat. They want to confirm your donation.
Yeah, Kathy, it's been a really good round.
That one's down. Where is down? Where is that? Over here. Nope, it's up.
Lindsay, you on that to check that out for me?
Confused. Oh, another white stone. Dang, I wish the white stone didn't show.
And he does have two.
Come on, platinum.
They're from the same person. One is 26 minutes ago and one is 7 minutes ago.
I am not going to get sidetracked with essence. I'm going to focus.
The Tiltify is being buggy.
What? Hi, Coaster. Thank you for the redeem.
Okay. That's one way of doing it, I guess.
Appreciate you. Groceries complete. Let's go.
Angel, you got gifted 2 ore
I am
compasses.
looking for some platinum.
Angel, you got gifted 2 ore compasses.
Thank you, Coaster.
I don't know, Lindsay.
That was from the anonymous one, and it definitely was supposed to be for Ramrod, not Angel.
This one down here.
Nice try.
Oh my gosh.
Definitely was supposed to be for Ramrod, not Angel.
Oh man. Donated 5 ore compasses. Yes. We're only 4 points in the lead. It's not looking so hot right now, but we're trying.
All right.
Hopefully we can get a few more. We just need a
Let's
ruby.
see what our chaos
Ruby,
wheel
a
brings
ruby, a
us.
ruby. Gosh, all these large white stones. Why is this a thing?
All right, Ram. The random chaos felt sorry for you and gave you an onyx. All right, Ram. The random chaos felt sorry for you and gave you an onyx.
Yes, I agree, Coaster. Not having PayPal does kind of stink. I don't know why that is. I'm sure they have a reason, but who knows? What's that ore over there? A citrine. Let's go.
Or Angel with his foundation. Got 3 minutes left.
Ooh, I don't know where to go.
I did. I'll look at it later.
Mossy, thank you for the corn. Lorax, thank you for the gremlin redeem. I will switch to corn now.
Check with M.
It is possible, Grady. It is really possible. I also know that people who have like an ADHD problems, and I don't know if we have a related people with that, have like a problem with eating. Like they have some kind of eating disorders. And for some people it is like they forgetting to eat. For other people, they just eating too much. They can't feel like if they are still hungry or not. And you can let me know if you have something like that. I love Ritter's Port and all the yogurt one. Oh, the yogurt one is really good. I have my favorite chocolate, like if you remember, like probably our...
Lindsay, when you get a chance, will you look at the sheet? I highlighted something for you. Room. Alright, y'all, I'm releasing another twist into the game. Whenever you all have a chance and want to go to your plot, alright, y'all, I'm releasing another twist. Check your silver wing. Whenever you all have a chance. If you get a red egg today, you will get 15 points. If you get a red egg today, you will get 15 points.
Well, I'm at mine.
Rude. Go ahead, Angel.
Well, I'm at mine. Heyo!
Go ahead, Angel.
Red egg. Heyo!
All right, Angel got 15 points.
Red egg.
All right, Angel got 15 points.
Means we gotta
That
step up.
was so messed up, Lindsay.
Oh my gosh, this silly white stone is gonna be the death of me. Let's go this way. I knew it was on the other
Somehow I just knew that was gonna happen anyways. Just so you all know, we are $184 away from our new goal of $1,500. Ruby!
Two rated your channel with
Your love and support, we're here to stay. Shout out to the streamer, thank you for the rain.
Let's have some fun
Streaming throughout the day. Amanda Lake, how you doing today? With your love and support, I'm here to stay. You're out to the streamer, thank you for the rain. Let's have some fun streaming throughout the day. Jimmy, welcome in. How was your stream? What were you up to today? What were you up to in Palia? We are in the middle of our May event of the Great Palia Charity Heart as we raise money for Charlie Mike this round. If y'all aren't following Juby, y'all should be hanging out and following Juby. They are one of our contestants for next month's Pride edition of the Great Palia Charity Hunt. Glad to have you in. Let's go lurking in on
I
M.
can't focus on someone's voice. So every time when I'm like, for example, with Ginger in the Discord or I'm with Daniel in the Discord, I just need to have my browser on 1%. Start a white chocolate peppermint. Ooh, cool. You know,
Angel, you're free to go. Go ahead, love.
But I was trying to find that kind of the tea
Angel,
over
you're free
here.
to go. Go ahead, love.
And probably I will need to go and order that by the internet because I'm not able to find that kind of the tea over here. It's horrible. It's horrible because I heard it is tasty.
I owe you
My day
2 minutes,
works
Angel, when
with
we stop the next stop because I had a raid and I got distracted. Angel, when we stop the next stop because I had a raid and I got distracted.
Okay. And neurodivergent struggle. So if it helped me learn my hunger signals. So now it's easy to not get too hungry, but it used to be a big struggle for sure. And I get that. And also, like,
Look at
if
these
you
point
have some
scores,
kind
y'all.
of
It's so
problems with
close right
mental
now.
health or like
One stinking platinum. Wait.
Oh, Angel and Lizzie are tied for. Oh, nope, never mind. There goes that score change.
Oh, a large one. Nice. Come on, Ruby.
They were tied. Angel is not in Elderwood anymore.
Thank you.
So she'll have to go back to Elderwood to get that platinum back if she wants it.
Okay, we have just a few minutes left on this ore compass. So I'm gonna.
But yeah, welcome in. Hopefully you all had an amazing stream.
What's in
hang out with us. We have raised $1,316 so far this month on this event.
There's a Pokemon
Still have
in
an
chat,
hour and
y'all.
45 minutes left. Our original goal, our base goal for any round is $1,000. When we hit that $1,000, I raise it up to 15, and then when we hit the 15, I raise it up to 2. Yes, Marcellus Mama D is correct. If you haven't already, make sure you guys claim your rock. Mine your rock, and you get to up that chat point score with rocks and stones that you get through my channel point. Boop, boop,
Okay. I think we stay here, right? And we just keep trying till we get it, or should we go to Bahari? What do y'all think?
My
First door
our
compass is open.
compass. My our compass is done.
Thank you.
First door compass is over.
My our compass is done.
I'm going to start my second one.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much.
I'm going to start my second one.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's start this, y'all. Let's eat some food. This. Okay, we do have one there, and we have one there. I'm willing to bet this is going to be Whitestone. But wouldn't it be crazy if it was a large platinum? But it's not. It's a Palium, but we'll take it. It just takes one.
Well, thank you for cleaning my screen. I appreciate that.
On your catches, y'all. B, how's your day? How's your day? You said it's decent. Are you at least getting some relaxation in? I hope you're able to get some rest, some much needed rest. Ooh, platinum, medium. Let's go.
Let's go.
I could swap servers, yes. Like I could go home or to Bahari and then come back and try for a new server.
Go check in on
There's no
Angel
guarantee I
real
would
quick.
get it.
I'm also gonna refresh because I think we're a little behind for Lizzie. Do a quick refresh of all of them. They're tied. Oh, they were tied. What happened? Angel lose something.
All right, so we need an aquamarine and a ruby.
Yeah, I think Angel just lost. Ram must have just got gold, and that's what it was. Did Ram come back? Come
I
back,
think the thing
Ram.
with the Highlands is there's a lot of
There we go.
ore, but it's scattered in like
So,
sections, it looks like.
They were tied, but
There's a
then
lot of areas
Angel
where there's none
lost
at all.
the third place spot in gold. I think is what I saw. Maybe.
And then they're like in sections where there's a whole bunch. Only plus side to the horse, I guess.
So see if Ram's strategizing right now. Ram is currently now in last place, but like I said, these points are so close to each other right now. Still waiting on that Kitsu. I'm still hoping we get a Kitsu. I want to spin this wheel back here. I want to spin the Kitsu wheel. Again, anybody that's lurking and hanging out in here that's a streamer that wants to participate in one of these events, we are looking for streamers for next month. Next month is the big one where I do multiple rounds throughout the whole month of June as we raise money for It Gets Better. Last year we raised $26,000. We're looking at hopefully trying to do that again this year, but I need you. I need the streamers to participate. I'm looking at, we've already got over 30 streamers already, and I'm looking at trying to get more added so we can have as many charities as possible. There is a link there to sign up. And exactly what Lindsay just said, if you are watching this and you're not a streamer, or even if you are a streamer and you want to help out in some way, mods are definitely a big part of the event. I cannot be doing this event without any of them. Thank you. There are our mods today participating in the event. And of course, Jakey's helping out as well. And there's a form there if you would like to sign, especially coming up on this next charity event, or the month. We need lots of help to put these events on. It takes a village to raise this amazing amount of money for charities. Now let's check in on Lizzie. Ba, ba, ma, na, ma, ma.
There's something triggering over here, but it's up.
Right,
It
just
is
check the mine rock.
affected. Dang, that stinks.
Still helpful though.
This is like at the furthest point away. Holy crap. And it's a white stone.
Gypped.
Brother.
Gypped. That white stone pulling is real.
I go back out. Yeah, absolutely. The number of times I've thought it was actual stone or actual ore is wild. The number of times I've thought it was actual stone or actual ore is wild.
I'm glad they fixed the ore compass where regular stone doesn't show, but I thought for sure white stone would have also been added to that list.
I just love how it's called an ore compass, but it showed stone ever. Like, that's so silly to me. Compass, but it showed stone ever. Like, that's so silly to me. Like, hey, you want to use ore compass? Here, let us show you all of the plain rock. So silly. Angels in burst now. That's okay. That's okay. Still have to go home. Maybe we'll get a red egg.
Still tons of time.
Ugh. I think I gotta get out of here. I think we go to Bahari after this ore compass is over. Take a little break. Maybe try to get that sapphire. It's not down here.
Is Angel getting some good stuff in Highlands? I wonder. If it's been helping her or not.
No.
Well, and they used to not be like that. There was an update that changed it to do that, and then
Yeah, definitely have some time. We're at
people
30
complained,
now.
and then
We've
they
got
changed
a
it.
pretty good little buffer on the platinum.
So
when we come back, we could work on that. We're good. We're good.
yeah, if Lizzie works on that gold and gets that gold back over, or the silver. She lost silver right now.
We're in a good position. We're in a really good position. If we got a ruby,
Let's check the
we
M.
would be in better position.
Nice. And yes, friends, like still my eye is not the best. I can feel that it is irritated. And during the break, I put a little bit more of the jelly thing inside. So I hope it will
They
be
put the
better.
wrong
But
bread
it's not
on
the
the
best.
sandwich.
It's not the best. I don't like it.
But it's fine.
And you
I'll
know
feel
why
bad.
that happened? Milka scratched me. Like close to my eye, and I was just trying to save my eye a little bit cold, like to just cover it. And I scratched myself by the nail. So instead, Milka doing that, I did it. Brady, you gifted away another coffee 73 times. Thank you so much for using your channel points for our friends also.
All right, y'all. Kenyatta has had a nice break.
All right, y'all. Kenyatta
And she's ready to twerk again for us. So let's get those donations in. So let's get those donations in.
Yeah, we need to break, like, we need some dancey, the booty dance in the streams, right? It makes sense because I do so much at work and so little at home. Yeah. But Asa, you're working really hard.
I think she's enjoying herself, and that's all that matters.
Really
I'm gonna get some rest, but hope to have a great. Sounds good, Juby. Have a great
and I know
rest.
probably there was like a comment.
Be on the lookout when we making.
Doing anything.
I'm already starting to kind of put people together and try to figure out the schedules. So you'll be getting contacted soon, hopefully, with that date.
Like sometimes 12 hours, and I was just going back, and I was just feeling like I don't want to do anything. I guess compliments and attention works well for me too. Okay.
And this battle back and forth right now with them is so close.
Think about the good motivation. Like about the good motivation, definitely. It's like, yep.
And Ram is focused. Never feel guilty about sabotaging them, because that's what the whole game is about, right? The whole point of this stream is to raise money, and so taking the sabotages is done.
Headed home to check the egg.
Perfect. I'm watching. Perfect. I'm watching.
Dragon, that sounds good. Always good to have a nice, productive day. Are you going to do any gaming? Okay, let's check our egg, y'all. Push out that luck for a red egg. We need those.
I mean, at least she hasn't been grounded 5 times. I mean, 6 times.
We got a red egg. We got a red egg.
GG's. All right, okay. 15 points to Lizzie.
Okay.
All right, 15 points to Lizzie.
I'm going to put the stone and pallium in here just so we have inventory space. I'm going to put our lucky red egg in there too. Y'all hype it up in chat. Oh, uh-oh.
Angel's still working on trying to get that plushie. Hey, Ram, you have to hit the nodes to break them.
No, that's just what they want you to think. No, that's just what they want you to think.
Okay, y'all. We've got to get a sapphire. Thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous, but I appreciate your support.
I'm about to check what egg I'll get.
I see ya.
And we've got the blue one. My favorite color, so I'm okay with it. My favorite color, so I'm okay with it.
Favorite color, but no points. Favorite color, but no points.
And let's go to Bahari. Yep. Can you cooperate with me? Nope. One more time. Let's go to Kiliman. Let's go back. Silver Shrine, yes. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, which one I should open? We still have a Pixie one to open, so... And we also have... Seed, I think. I hate carrots. Please don't let Morton know. Morton is on the lurk and here, guys, just in case. So I think Morton can hear it.
All right, y'all. We
carrots with a
are
cinnamon
at
or
$1,316. If we get to $1,350, I will release another twist into the game.
Let's go around over here, friends. I need to fix my tool. Oh no.
That hurt. I just bit my lip. Rude.
Do we have anything here? Just a chopper hiding. I need to fix tools before I'll go to the Bahari. My mom like a cinnamon pineapple, like cooked pineapple. I heard about the cooked pineapple. And I heard it is delicious.
Cooked pineapple is delicious.
But I never heard about carrot.
My second ore compass is over. I'm popping a third.
Cave, yeah. I was.
Perfect. Thank you. Also, we are 30 minutes down. 30 more minutes left in this hour. 30 minutes left.
Come back around for that.
My second ore compass is over. I'm popping a third.
Perfect. Thank you. Also, we are 30 minutes down. 30 more minutes left. Starting for Bactobia. 30 minutes left.
I just need a ruby, and then I'll have my...
There's that twerking Kenyatta. Ramrod, you got an ore compass.
Rainbow.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Refreshed Angel here. She's a little behind.
I'm gonna pop that ore compass now.
Perfect, thank you.
I'm gonna pop that ore compass now.
Perfect, thank you. Good boost for Ram. Dude, this will help him catch out.
Hi, Echelon.
This has been a really interesting scoring day. Lizzie is now cracked 200.
Now we'll just follow this around in a big circle, which will lead us to the amphitheater. Hey, another aquamarine and another sticker pack. Let's go. Getting a lot of aquamarines over here. Like, shit. You never get this many in Bahari.
There's a big old gold Ram's just getting right there. This might change the score. I don't know how much gold that was. Not enough. 18. Moved him up to 18. He's 2 gold away from picking up Angel's a 3rd place spot.
Holy. 4.
Ram's getting ready to check his egg, I'm sure. Go over there. I'm watching Ram. Whenever you get into it. I'm watching Ram. Whenever you get into it.
I'm glad you reminded me. I forgot about it.
Oh.
Which one was it?
Glad you reminded me. I forgot about it.
Silverwing.
This one, right?
Red egg.
I got blue.
Nope. Blue egg don't help ya.
Got the blue.
Nope. Blue egg don't help ya.
Got the blue.
Race to the rubies. Who all needs rubies? You look. Oh.
Race.
Oh.
Race between
Angel and
me,
Lizzie?
Angel and Lizzie for the first ruby.
Yeah. Onyx, an emerald, and a sapphire. M needs way too many.
I think so.
Well, I don't.
If anybody got it, but we just got a sticker pack.
Yeah, the sticker pack's already been done and over.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, the sticker pack's already been done and over.
Okay, perfect.
Lizzie, I need you to catch me a fish, please. Lizzie, I need you to catch me a
Gotcha.
fish, please.
Okay. Gotcha.
We are $9 away from hitting that next small goal for a new twist in the game. $9 away. A twist in the game. $9 away. Ramsey, only one that's in Elderwood, though, right? So.
It just disappeared. Oh, there's. Okay.
Regular fish caught.
Thank you kindly.
Regular fish caught.
Thank you kindly. That could be big too. Because that could put Ram right back up in there. He could end up with, what, 65 points? Well, 165?
Mike's down.
Or 175 if it's a star. And then if he just gets 2 more pieces of gold, or well, 3 more pieces of gold, take that spot. And he's only 8 platinum away from meeting up with Angel there in 2nd place. This isn't anyone's game. Anyone's game.
our silver lead back. How many points, Luna, do we get if we get the rainbow
20.
of gems? Is it 20 or 50?
Lasha Chelbalu has joined the castle.
Lou.
I just want to say
Thank you for the sub.
You are blessed.
I'm gonna have to write all these down so I can get you all your flowers
20 points.
tomorrow or Monday.
You are blessed. You are blessed. You are blessed. I'm so.
Behind 40 confetti
We have
jam. Behind 40 confetti
Isabel.
jam.
Let's go. If I could hit it.
We have
Hi, y'all.
Ramrod, Jen, Lou.
Nice.
I believe that's all
Those
that
are
I had
gonna
them
all
today.
be in the cave, which I'm not gonna go do.
Channel points didn't work for what? Oh, it's because I don't have it on the screen, Mom. I'll try to refund you. I don't think I have it on the screen. I don't think I put it on the screen yet.
I'll go this way and run the edge.
Then we have 2 raids I need to add to the board, right? So raid
Okay, another iron.
2.
A garnet.
Jake.
Let's go.
Needs one.
Awkward. And an aquamarine. Let's flip and go.
So Isabel, Jen, Ram, Jill. Okay. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flowers to take care of, which we'll take care of on Monday on stream.
Which we don't really need anymore, so I am gonna try to avoid.
Go loud. I'm like, what the heck? Oh.
Hopefully there's some silver right outside the gate.
I hate when
That would
like
be
Prime doesn't tell you
ideal.
that your Prime ran out or whatever. 18 minutes left in this hour, y'all. Can we get to 350? $1,350. We got 17 minutes to do it. $9 to make, y'all. We can do this. We got 17 minutes to do it. $9 to make, y'all. We can do this.
There's no note here. Is it still loading?
Let's check in on M.
If you feel that it would be a good idea, because we don't have anymore the ore compass, so it could be a good idea to go. Can I get a link to YouTube video of your stream one day when you have a time? Just in case, I will send it over to you, Asa, because it is on YouTube. But you will not hear our friend's voice because Kohaku cut it out. Okay, for real now. I'm going to bed. I'll be on my phone, but will not be in game anymore. All the luck, good luck. You got this, After. Thank you so much, Ginger. Thank you so much for being over here. I really appreciate you. I really, really appreciate you. So have a really good sleep, friend. Take a really good rest. Charge your batteries for the next week. And yeah, if you all want to just chat about anything tomorrow, feel free to do so.
Then move on over to Angel. Got 16 minutes left in this hour, y'all. We got 1 hour left. I'm intrigued by Angel still being in Highlands. But we'll see. Surprised she didn't go after that bug.
Full, no.
For the plushie. Oh, yeah, I'm surprised she didn't go for that bug for that plushie. Does Angel really have that many ore compasses left? Or we've just been, we missed some getting added?
Alright, we're going Elder after this.
Angel, how many ore compasses have you used, love?
I still have the 2.
Angel, how many ore compasses have you used, love? That's what I thought. She used...
I still
She
have
used
the
two
first
and
2
used
that I
two.
got at the beginning.
Gotcha. Gotcha, we're just checking, making sure we got our calculations
I
correct.
used the first 2 that I got at the beginning. I still have 2.
Gotcha, we're just checking, making sure we got our calculations correct. All right, y'all, 14 minutes left in the hour. 14 minutes left. All right, y'all, 14 minutes left in the hour. 14 minutes left.
But he's mining ore here. God damn sandwich!
Yeah, no, Linz. It's all good. We gotta figure it out. We'll make it work. Yeah, I don't know what was going on. My OBS was acting up a little bit there for a little bit too, so... We always work with what we've got, and we make it work. That's what makes this a great team, is that we roll with the punches, as they say. Roll with the punches. You ain't got no choice, that's right. No choice at all. We do what we can. At the end of the day, as long as we make some money for charity, that is all that matters. Those aquamarines are coming out like crazy in the Highland from her. Not enough, but coming out. $12 minutes left. Check in on Ram. Uh-oh, there we go. Lizzie and Angel, both of you all. I need you guys to catch me a starred bug, please. I need you guys to catch me a starred bug, please.
Well, this ought to be interesting.
Good
This
luck.
ought to be interesting.
Worst challenge by far.
I'm assuming
Challenge by far.
You don't have to tell me that. You don't have to tell me that.
Also with that, we have now unlocked another sabotage, or another twist, not a sabotage, another twist. You can choose the Kilima or the Bahari pile, either or, I don't care which one. If you get a rare item from the pile, it is 20 points. It is 20 points. Also, we are $129 away from $1,500 raised. $129 away from $1,500 raised.
Crazy. Y'all, we're so close to $1,500. It's amazing.
Find that starred bug, Lizzie.
Okay. Where are the starred bugs? Need a honey lure for this. My goodness. Hi, Gregor. Welcome in. I'm on the hunt for a. Oh, there we go. Starred stink bug. Lizzie caught her starred bug.
Congratulations. I need another one from you, please.
Lizzie caught her starred bug.
Congratulations.
That's just
Good
rude.
luck.
Him's like, finally, it's not me getting him back to back.
I had 3 in the row, so I know what is the pain. I had 3 in the row, so I know what is the pain.
It's the curse of being in the lead. It's the curse of being in the lead. Ugh. I hate my headset, like...
Starred bug acquired.
Okay, you can go back to mining now.
Starred bug acquired.
For now. You can go back to mining now.
Okay, y'all. For now. Okay. Let's try to find a little more silver while we wait for the hour. And then we will go to to Elderwood. Or do y'all think we should just go ahead and go? Because I think we're going to need the time, right? We're 10 ahead on silver. I feel like maybe we just head out over there. Because getting a ruby is not going to be easy. We're behind in gold again? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go back to Bahari.
She is behind in gold. I just noticed that.
Oh yeah, the pile. Well, I want to go to Bahari because I
Okay,
don't
I'm
think I
grabbing
can
my
actually
rummage
get
pile
a
from
rare
Bahari.
Kilima.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's harder to do.
Bright shroom.
Bright shroom, that is rare. 20
Let's
points
go.
for M.
Bright shroom. Yay. Oh, we're starting ads, y'all.
That boosted M up there.
I'm going to repair while I'm here as well. But let's go to the coast and work our way down and look for the pile. Where are we? Down south. I don't think there's going to be any ore here, but that's okay.
I hope you were watching how many bugs I just passed that were not starred before I got that crab.
Welcome to being in Highlands during that sabotage. Welcome to being in Highlands during that sabotage.
Ooh, the Royal Highlands might be
Crab
a
Legs
good one.
sound
Just
good.
kind of mix it up a little bit. Hi, Tori. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Definitely plenty of crabs on this beach.
Sparkling, if you're in chat, Coaster has the war-torn banner you needed if you want to log in and add them.
6 minutes left in the hour. 6 minutes left, y'all. 6 minutes left in the hour. 6 minutes left, y'all.
Julian, it's not going to actually be a vacation. I'm just not going to have any scheduled streams. I don't know that.
Hermione's just like ran into me.
My dad died last year, and next week is actually the 1-year anniversary of that. Aww. And so I just wanted to for that. I'm doing the pile. This is Lizzie. Time off.
I'm watching ya.
I'm doing the pile. This is Lizzie. Copper ore. Damn.
Oof. I haven't said it all night, but I'm watching. Always watching. All night, but I'm watching. Always watching.
Oh, Nettie, thank you. I appreciate that. I heard something a few weeks ago that's really resonated with me, and it's basically like when you're suffering from grief, the big days you're prepared for, so the birthdays, the anniversaries, things like that, it's just the random Tuesday that kind of gets you.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna be next week, which is why I didn't schedule any streams. There's a very good chance I might stream and do all of the things, but I didn't want to commit to one and then have to be like, just kidding, I have to cancel. And so, you know, I didn't want to do that. Also, thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous, but thank you so much for being there. Hi, Liz Busy. Welcome. Welcome in. Us Lizzie's got to stick together,
Don't
right?
forget, y'all, if y'all have not checked out all of our streamers,
joked
make
that
sure you
we were
guys
gonna
check them
do
out. There are
a,
all their links right there.
All Lizzie stream. I was going to try to
And I
get
haven't
every
done
Lizzie
this one
on
at all today,
Twitch
but there's a little
into
info
my stream.
about the charity that we're raising money for
Hope
right
you're
there.
having a great day.
I forgot about my charity info button.
Okay, where is the ore? Stone. 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 Ugh. Okay, I think we go to Elderwood, y'all, and try for the ruby. I'm so glad you found me. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are doing
Oh my god,
a
y'all. I just
charity
thought of a new
stream right
emote I
now,
need.
for Charlie Mike, which is
I need an
a
emote made.
US-based organization
I know,
for our
right?
veterans.
I need a new
And
emote.
so
I
we're
need
raising money
a
for
Ho
them
Daddy email that says,
by
where's the
playing
ore? Like, where's the beef? But where's
Palia
the
and
ore?
getting some Starstone.
Charmer, hello, love. Welcome in.
Is this Ore Compass 4 or Ore Compass 3? I feel like it's number 4, right? I'm starting my next Ore Compass.
Don't start it yet. We're going to pause.
Oh, okay.
In 3
I'm starting
minutes.
my next Ore Compass. Okay, bet.
Don't start it yet. We're going to pause.
Oh, okay. I won't start it. Okay, bet. Never mind.
What? Lindsay, tell me that's not a cute emote.
Good, Bluegrass Girl. We are having a blast. I am on the hunt for a ruby.
Lizzie, you
left.
just
Okay, bet.
helped me
Awesome.
create a new emote I'm going to have made.
I thought.
Thank you.
What is it? What is it?
You said, where's the ore? And now my brain just went, I need a Ho Daddy emote that says, where's the ore?
Exactly.
Like, where's the beef? But yeah,
Exactly.
So I have to find somebody to commission it now. Thanks.
Exactly. Heck yes, that'll be a cute one. Heck yes, that'll be a cute one.
Yes, Lindsay, that would be awesome. I would love it.
Raised for Charlie Mike, so we're having a blast.
2-minute warning, y'all. 2 minutes left in this hour.
So excited. I'm
warning, y'all. 2 minutes left in this hour.
We have 2 minutes left, y'all. Let's try to find some platinum naturally. I'm still planning on doing the June event. I wanted to use this as a test run, just to make sure that my poor little body could handle it. But I'm really looking forward to it. This has been such a blast.
I'm glad she's liking it. I'm glad she's having a good time. It makes me happy. That's probably the best thing that makes me happy. The first thing is making me happy is raising money for charities. Second one is just seeing how much the streamers appreciate and love the events and being a part of it. That's another big plus. It makes up for the headache it takes to put all this stuff together, because it's a lot of work and a lot of stress and a lot of figuring things out and stuff like that. So I do appreciate all of that. And it looks like everything is reloaded again. Let me refresh everybody again.
I'd love to find a platinum real quick. I don't think it's gonna happen. There's a Pokemon in chat, y'all.
Check in with M.
Orlock.
And that'll give me the chance to refresh Lizzie as
Excuse
well.
you, how buddy? Yes. Just eating them melting away. You can use it for the snow terraces and maybe, starts it red. Nice. Maybe you'll want to create something related with winter before the next winter season. And game, you will have something really good. And also, if you all want to have like an extra, maybe nice looking plot, or maybe you all need some snowballs in the next year, definitely.
All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause.
Hell, I like you.
Pull up your inventories so that our charity mods can look at your inventory and make sure that the scores are where they need to be. Angel, you got 2 minutes. Go. You still have 2 more minutes. We're gonna let you get those 2 minutes because I failed you in the groundation. I apologize. When I got a raid and I got distracted, so we're gonna give Angel 2 minutes just so that she can get that time that she deserves.
Rigged.
So, and also gives me a little bit of time to talk about how this last hour is going to go, because we do have 2 newbies, which thank you, by the way, Em and Lizzie, for participating in this event. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying yourselves and you're loving the event. How this last hour goes is we will go for the next 30 minutes. At that 30-minute mark, we'll have one last pause. At that 30-minute mark, all timed sabotages and incentives will end. No more ore compasses will be able to be purchased, no groundations, no only stone for 10 minutes, no being sent to a certain adventure zone. All of those will be turned off on Tiltify, and the only things that will be left are the other sabotages and incentives. At that 30-minute mark, we'll do one last update of where our scores and stuff were. Then at 10 minutes till, at 10 till the timer ends, all sabotages will end at that time. The only thing that'll be available to donate at that last 10 minutes are going to pretty much be direct stones and direct points, pretty much. And that'll be available until the very end of the event. That last 30 minutes, you're going to hear my voice a lot more. I'm going to be sportscasting pretty much the event, letting you all know where the score is, who's got what points, who just got another point, where the ore compasses are, or the ore points, the standings are, and everything else. So I will be talking a lot in that last 30 minutes in the Discord. Mainly because I want you all to know where you're at, what the points are. You all can continue to strategize on where your guys' strategizing is going and everything else. And so this way that you know what's going on. All right, Angel, that is your 2 minutes, love. Do y'all have any questions about this last hour or how things are going to run?
I think I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, all good.
Okay.
All right, we'll give the mod for Angel a little bit more time to make sure the scores are correct for her, and then we'll go over the scores one last time and then get our last hour done. Again, we are only $129 away from $1,500 raised. So that's where our new goal is. We can probably, I think we can get that. We can do that this last hour. All right. All right, our mods are good. This is where our points standing are at currently. Lizzie is in the lead with 222 points. Angel is at 199 points. M at 182 points. And Ramrod at 138 points. For your ore in silver, our leader is Lizzie at 55. Ram 45, Angel 36, M 18. For gold, our leader is M at 90, Lizzie at 86, Angel at 21, Ram at 18. Platinum, our leader is Lizzie at 34, Ram 22, Angel 20, M at 9. And those placements do have a huge factor, just so you all know. They're big. Big changes in that can be happening. Don't forget, you still have, if you've not done your, your Silver Wing is still available, Red Egg. I think everybody's done their Elderwood pile, right?
The Elderwood pile? Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Plushies are still out there. If you get a plushie, it's still 10 points. The Rainbow Stones set is still out there. I know 3 of you all are very close from getting a full set of Star Stones. So keep that in mind. That's a huge game changer as well. All right, y'all have any questions? Concerns? All ready for this last hour?
Ready to go.
All right, this is when it gets to be fun and tricky. We'll see how it goes. You all may begin.
I'm gonna use my last ore compass.
Perfect. Thank you, Ram.
Good luck, and don't fuck it up.
For real. For real. That was a good timing. Good timing.
I'm gonna pop my fourth one.
Perfect. Thank you. That'll put you with one left. Yep.
Yep.
And then Angel, you would probably should use one of yours as well, because you've got 2 as well. And keep in mind, we have that break at the 30-minute mark, which makes things a little difficult.
Yes, I'm gonna head to the pile first. I'll use my.
All right, let's check in on Angel here. This is a crazy match. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a good match. Like, to see the changes. I think everybody has been in every placement today. Let's go check in on Lizzie here.
Where the heck is this? Oh, it's Whitestone, of course.
And having both
my goodness.
Lizzie and
Just
Ram
missed this.
in
Oh, I know why,
Elderwood
because I
with
was
an
on
ore
3,
compass,
and I
needing a
didn't get one.
ruby
I
to
was like, dang, I just fixed
to
it
get
to
that
make it
is going to be
better. I'm
interesting.
so silly. Okay.
We'll see what Angel plans to do.
Let's get that ruby, y'all. Let's get it. We're putting it out there.
battle
in
of the ruby.
universe that we want this ruby. Awkward.
Battle of the ruby right now.
I think I want to get these over here so I can come back. And then I think we try to get that gold lead if we can once we get our ruby. I think that's the play.
Good play. Good play.
Because right now, if I take the lead in gold, I only gain 5 points because I'm already in second.
Correct.
But if I can get that ruby, that would give me 20. And I think that's the play.
Oh, it'll give you more than 20.
Come on, ruby. Give us the ruby. We need the rainbow, Palia.
I'm at pile.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Ah, sweet leaf.
Go ahead. Sweet leaf is not rare. Sorry, love. Yeah, don't forget, guys, those that haven't gotten their piles, those are still active as well. Either the Kilma or the Bahari pile, your choice.
Be some ore over there. We gotta get focused. No more white stone, no more regular stone. We need to get this ruby.
The Battle of the Ruby! Oh.
Okay.
Look at that mining.
I thought that was a Kitsu, not gonna lie.
Would have been nice. I would love for someone to get a Kitsu. I want to spin this
Come on,
wheel back
Mindy.
here.
Palia, I'm gonna need you to listen to me.
Ram, you got gifted a ore compass. You'll be able to use after the half hour.
Amethyst, nice.
Thank you.
Which means,
We
just
need
so
another
everybody
amethyst, but we
knows,
can always use
Ram
it for the
and Lizzie and Angel all cannot be gifted any more ore compasses for the game.
And I'm going to pop one of them now.
No more ore
Thank you.
compasses, y'all.
And I'm going to pop one of them now.
Thank you.
We gotta get this ruby.
They're all 3 trying to get this ruby. Who was going to get the ruby first? The ruby.
What's that person doing? A Glamethyst.
Can I just say it'll be funny to see M get the ruby first?
I don't even need it to be starred, Palia. I just need a regular point. Like, if you could just get on that would be awesome.
Excuse me. If M gets the ruby first, now would be a great time, honestly, to sabotage somebody
these
out
large ones,
of
'cause otherwise they're
Elderwood.
gonna keep showing up on the ore compass and mess with me, which stinks. Oh my goodness.
The Battle of the Ruby. All right, y'all. We are $9 away from 1,400. $9 away from 1,400. $9 away from 1,400.
$9 away. Oh, we've raised so much money. I am so thankful for each and every one of you. And not just if you've donated, just for being here and hanging out.
Absolutely.
And making my first charity event so freaking amazing, except for that, where I hit the ground. But thank you all for being here.
Except for that.
This has been
Hey, let's check
amazing.
in on Ram.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that. Definitely understand that.
It looks like Angel took back the lead of second place in Platinum. Hairmeister's making an appearance. Right? Hairmeister.
Right here. Right here. Right here. Starred ruby. Starred ruby. Starred ruby.
No, that's some platinum, which is helpful for you. Let's go check in.
Really
on
cute.
M.
And maybe, friends, maybe that is a good idea. Oh, stop it. He just spit on me. Like, what a rude one. I was thinking about to also go to Kilima to try maybe with the garnet and with the emerald, because I think that is the two stones which I'm missing right now. No, I need also a ruby. So I'm like 3 stones away from the complete of the stones, unfortunately. I would like a nice and mossy. Oh, that would be
He needs a
also
sapphire,
pretty.
an emerald,
Right.
an onyx,
But you know, there is a way to
and
add
a
more than
ruby.
one
That's what
stone,
M
right?
needs. M
It
needs
doesn't have to
4.
be only one.
An onyx, an emerald, a
I'm
sapphire,
loving
and
the
a
highland
ruby.
so much.
According to
That
my
would be a
my
nice,
system.
yeah. That would be definitely something what I would just enjoy, to just find some nice rocks over there too. You're missing onyx, emerald, sapphire, and ruby. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about the sapphire existing. The blue, pretty blue stone, and I forgot about it. How that happened?
How dare?
Like blue obsessed person
How
forgot about
dare,
the blue
M?
stone.
How dare you forget it? How dare, M? How dare you forget it?
Yes, how dare I? Yes, how could I? How could I? Like you can just, you know what? A gap just bleed on me. I think that is enough. I also forget about the sapphire all the time. Yeah, like you know, I really love rock smashing. So that is the one thing which normally I'm going for when I'm bored during the day and I don't want to go for a hunt.
Go with the angels, see how angels do it. This battle for the ruby, though.
Oh my god, is that another fucking platinum? Are you kidding me right now? Ain't no way.
Oh, that moved her up. Now they're only 11 platinum away from that lead from Lizzie. This ruby is like the ruby that holds it all moment
I
right
had to
now.
have taken the lead in platinum for that.
No, you did not. No, ma'am. No, ma'am, you did it.
I will just be happy with it.
We're gonna activate 2 streams at a time to see how this works for a little bit.
A blue Muujin? Don't need that.
That's because everybody has ore compasses.
Come on, Ruby. Nice. So we have a good lead, not a great... Brother. We have a good lead, not a great lead. We got a ruby! We got a ruby!
Oh my god, Lizzie got it!
We did it! We got the rainbow, y'all!
The ruby battle has commenced, y'all. Lizzie just obtained her starred, or not starred, but a ruby, which gave her a rainbow set.
Let's go!
Congrats!
Oh my god. I'm so close.
Oh my goodness. Go! Oh my goodness.
I possibly could have done it, but we'll see. We'll see. Anything is possible. I never rule out anything.
That's up in the cave, so let's go get this first. Oh wait, that's up top too.
I like doing it in the wall.
Do it in the wall. Now she's gonna up her gold. to try to take that gold spot back. Well done. Well done.
Oh no, it went away.
All right. Will Angel or Ram, either one of them, get their get their ruby?
Platinum.
Nice.
My ore compass is done.
Perfect, thank you. You'll be able to use the other one after we begin the next half hour. Perfect, thank
While
you.
mining.
You'll be able to use the other one after we begin the next half hour.
Oops. Almost.
All right. So do you think I should go for more silver or go for gold? Not you.
I wouldn't go for gold. I would go for silver if I was Angel. If she's not going to stay down here and try to find that ruby. Gold is unobtainable for her, I think. Silver
Which
is,
one do you think is
though.
more viable to get, Kai? I think I'm too far behind in gold. Silver's
Yeah.
closest? Okay.
Agreed. Agreed.
I know. Why I was asking Kai. Silly. Alright, so I think I'm gonna have to wait to use my compass, so I might just go straight.
I'm almost done with the second page. I'm done with the first and second, I think, or I'm on the end of the second. I'll not check it right now because we need to focus on the stones. But yeah, I have quite a lot of points already. Last hour and everything can still happen. Yes, everything still can change. Everything.
All right, guys, don't forget. So we've got
That's
42
true.
minutes left in the game.
But you know,
We
my
are
luck
only
rate-
$109 away in the game from 1,500. Let's get it, y'all. We can do this. From
We're
1,500.
so close.
Let's get it, y'all. We can do this.
I've been trying to not grind at and just play in how I want to, but the dailies are an easy way to help move it along. Yes, I know. I'm forgetting about my dailies sometimes. Yesterday I've done only one daily, I think, because the second one was like a struggle with the fishing. And I forgot that I have the rear rolls. But I don't mind, friends. I don't mind. I don't have to rush. That is the best part. Yeah, dailies. Essa, did you done yours or you?
Not just Wizard Crab, but Singularity 6. Palia is such a special game. I know a lot of us feel very strongly about Palia and really do feel a great affection for the game. So it was really nice to be able to give back and do something so creative and fun. Yeah, I'm getting all choked up. I'm not gonna cry, but yeah, it was fun. Yeah, before anybody else, he was literally the first person to put eyes on it. It was really nice.
All right, y'all. 10 minutes left for any timed sabotages or incentives. You got 10 minutes left.
Oh, I'm so
to
glad.
get yourself in to donate for a time sabotage incentive and or random chaos. Those will end at that 30-minute mark as well.
Compass is done.
Thank you.
You want us to wait till the
Y'all,
last
10 minutes
Yep,
left.
you'll have to
I'm
wait
gonna
until
be right
after we get
back.
done with that 30-minute pot.
You want us to wait till the last hour?
Yep, you'll have to wait until after we get done with that 30-minute pot.
Well, you did go to bed, but yes, it was a surprise for Bad as well. The final thing. Another citrine. Let's go. I haven't found any gold. Which is kind of wild. I thought that deer butt was a gold ore. Lizzie, get it together. I'm going a little stir crazy right now.
Lizzie, if that has gold in it, I don't know if you want to touch
an ore
it.
node. Absolutely do not want to touch it. I absolutely do not want to touch it. We got a Jasper. Dang, I cannot believe how many Jasper we've gotten. 4 Jasper. 4.
Angel, ma'am, I need you to catch me a
wild.
starred bug, please. That cursed starred bug is back.
Use
I'm so sorry,
me,
friend.
Andy. I know that was you.
That also now means, y'all, we are $99 away. $99 away from 1,500. That also now means, y'all, we are $99 away.
Oh my goodness.
$99 away from 1,500.
$99. We're right at our goal, y'all. We can do it. If you're looking to do any more timed sabotages for the other competitors, now is your chance because they are going to close those down. There will just be the regular sabotages. So if you're wanting to get that in, now is the time. You have about 7 minutes. So be sure to get that done. The link is in chat. It's a donation for charity, which is Charlie Mike, which benefits U.S. veterans. So y'all be sure to give to a good cause, have a little fun, help me win. Everybody's a winner. And yeah, and also don't feel obligated to donate. If you can't donate, you can't donate. And there's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate you being here.
All right, there we go, y'all. We have hit 1,500.
And talking to me and
Let's go.
Let's go.
Manvira, if you can see me in my chat, please. Manvira,
Let's go.
see me in your chat. Thank you.
Let's go.
Manvira, if you can see me in my chat, please. Manvira, see me in your chat. Thank you.
Let's go. Y'all can also, I don't know if you know this, but if you're watching on PC, you can have 2 streams open at once. So if you want to see all of us in action, you can head on over to Behind the Lash Streaming. Amanda has all of our streams up at once. So you can see the timers, you can see as stuff comes in. You can see all of the competitors at one time. So definitely open a second tab up and keep that up if you want. It's very interesting.
All right, y'all. 6 minutes
Kidding,
left
we
for
never
timed
did.
sabotages and incentives.
It's awesome.
6 minutes left.
Awesome.
All right, y'all. 6 minutes left for timed sabotages and incentives. 6 minutes left.
We did it. Okay, I gotta stretch my hands real quick. Chat, there's a Pokemon, a Mushama.
Lindsay, are we just making that a stone donation?
I don't know what that is, but I threw my ball. I hope y'all throw your Pokeballs. Oh, Druidess, absolutely. A lot of my family's in the military, and it's very important that we support our vets. Thank you for the follow, Follows are anonymous, but I appreciate your support. Thanks for being here. Y'all, we're doing a charity event for Charlie Mike. We're in the last 35 minutes of the charity event. What's that? Oh. I thought that was an RTB for a second, and I was 100% gonna take a pause. But yeah, so we're doing some Starstone hunting.
I would have paused for
and
that
we're
too,
in a
Lizzie.
competition right now. We are in first place, but there's no guarantee we'll stay there. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with the gold hiding.
I'm still also looking for Minvira to come to my chat, please. Minvira. I'm still also looking for Minvira to come to my chat, please.
Stupid star fraud.
Thank you, Angel.
If you guys donated and you hear your name called, Behind the Lash needs you to come in their stream. So if that was something that you donated, please make sure that you stop in over there. They try to get
Minvira? Minvira? What did I say? Minvira?
Your parents met in the army. Oh my gosh, Gregor, that's amazing.
Minvira. That's correct, right? What did I say?
You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the
Minvira?
U.S. Army.
I don't know.
That is amazing. I love that.
Minerva. Oh my god.
I don't know where the gold is. I want to know where the gold
I'm obviously tired. Minerva is who I need in my chat, please. Minerva. I'm obviously tired. Minerva.
It's fine. It's getting late.
Oh, Minerva. If Minerva is here, y'all go see Behind the Lash streaming real
Like,
quick.
at least at my end.
Yours met in the Coast Guard, Lorax? That's amazing.
Like, at least at my end.
I'm sorry.
BRB chat, do not behave. Why would
Are you wanting that to be a Ruby donation, or are you wanting and different rewards for that? I was just wanting to make sure because there wasn't a reward attached to it, so I was wanting to check with you to see if that's what you were wanting.
I cannot believe we haven't found any gold. Like, the whole reason we're here. We have gotten a bunch of starstones, but we're here for gold.
Oh, you
Angel's
can also
catching
do
up on
gold.
me on
You
the
can donate her
platinum,
the
y'all. I
amount
may
of
have to
gold
go
she
back to
wants, whatever,
Leatherwood.
or whatever. I just wanted to know what you wanted to be that donation for, because there was no rewards attached to it.
Terrible server.
I mean, you can ask her what she needs. I don't want to tell it because I don't want to give it out, but ask her what she wants or what she needs, and then maybe that'll help. And then just let me know.
Your sister is Navy and met her fiance there. That's amazing.
But I know she's
love that
asking
this
for.
charity is so
She's
near
trying to
and dear
find
to all
gold
of
right
you.
now.
That makes me feel really good.
A ruby, that's 10 points. So it just depends on what they think they could need and help them with the points, you know. 1 minute left for time sabotage and incentives. If you want to do a time sabotage incentive or random chaos, you better put it in now. If you want to do a time sabotage incentive or random chaos, you better put it in now.
I cannot take any more ore compasses, so that's the only incentive I cannot take. But anything else is good. Whatever your heart desires, I will be thankful for.
I got my rainbow.
I appreciate you so much.
GG's. Angel got her ruby with her rainbow.
Streaming, Minerva, so they know what you donated.
I mean, I've been only trying for the last like hour and 15 minutes to get this damn ruby.
All three of you all have. Trust me.
I've been only trying for the last like hour and 15 minutes to get this damn ruby.
I've got mine, but I forgot about the sapphire.
wild.
I've got
Elijah, I am doing so well. Thank you for stopping in.
All right, if you are hitting a node, finish that node and then pause.
Whatever. You can do a time sabotage.
All right, if you are hitting a node, finish that node. Time sabotage and incentives are
If you
now
wanna do a
over.
Time sabotage for Angel, you can do that. A raid.
Time sabotage and incentives are now over. All right, get your inventories up so that your mods can check them out. And then I'll be right back with y'all and we'll get started with this last half hour. Minerva, if you are in here still, honestly, if you want my opinion, I think giving her $50 in gold and then the 50 as a amethyst might be her best bet. If that works for you, I think that might be the easiest. Mods are good, thank you. You want to just do a ruby? Or do you want to do gold and an amethyst? Oh god, of course my ads would go, right? Stone God is good. Ruby? Alright, we'll do a ruby. Alright, y'all. Just so you know, Lizzie was gifted a ruby. That's what helped put us over our $1,500 goal. So this last half hour, anything else we add donation-wise is all icing on the cake. I mean, every donation is really icing on the cake as we continue to keep raising money. So make sure we continue to get those donations in. I'll give you all the score total, and then, like I said, I'll keep you guys updated in the last 30 minutes. Just because time sabotages and incentives are over does not mean that there aren't things to donate with sabotages and incentives. They just are the non-timed ones. Don't forget that the three of you all, Lizzie, Angel, and Ram, have ore compasses that you'll have to start as soon as we get starting of the next round. Our totals currently stand: Lizzie in the lead, 274. Angel, 226. M at 201. Ramrod at 142. For our ore counts, for silver, Lizzie's in the lead, 55. Ram at 45. Angel, 36. M at 18. In gold, M is in the lead with 90. Lizzie at 86. Angel at 21. Ram at 18. Platinum, Lizzie in the lead at 50. Angel at 43. Ramrod at 30. And M at 13. All right. Are you all ready for the final 30 minutes?
I'm ready.
Yep.
Right. Anything can happen in the last 30 minutes. So we'll see how it goes. You all may begin.
Popping my ore compass.
Thank you.
Same.
Thank you.
Yeah, what they said.
Thank you, Shay. All right. Final 30 minutes of the match, the competition. And we will see how it goes. Let's go on over to Lizzie.
It says 86 on the count, but I'm at 90. So just FYI. It was at 82. So and I just got 8. So it's at 90 total now. Just FYI. I think it was off. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the Frogbert redeem. Let me go ahead and switch that on real quick.
Lizzie's gold count is now at 94, putting her in the lead in gold.
Okay, Luna, my bad.
New
my
total
bad.
is at
I should've known
289.
that. I'm silly.
Lizzie's gold count is now at 94, putting her in the lead in gold. New
Hi,
total
Chubby
is at
Taco.
289.
Welcome in. Okay, bet, Luna. That makes sense. Hi, Key Things. Welcome, welcome. Y'all, we're doing a charity event. We're in the last 30 minutes
With
of our
that
charity
gold
event.
change, it
If
puts
you wanna
M
donate,
down to
you
196.
absolutely can. If not, and you want to hang out, you're more than welcome. I'd love to have you here in chat.
That gold change, it puts M down to 196.
We're having live call outs, by the way. So if you hear that, that's what that is. And it's giving play-by-play updates of where we're at. We are starstone mining in Palia. So, yeah, we just completed our rainbow. We got one of every starstone, which was insane. So now we're trying to get first place in the gold or, and it looks like this might do it. And then I think we need to switch over.
Also,
Right
I
now we're
forgot to
beating all
mention
the
earlier,
marks.
don't forget, the winning
So
streamer
maybe we
does
should
get a
just stay
trophy.
here
If you are
in
lurking in my
heart. That
stream,
might
you
be
can
the
see the
best way.
trophy right now. But the winning streamer does get a fun little trophy to commemorate them winning the event. See the trophy right now. But the winning streamer does get a fun little trophy to commemorate them winning the event.
Bree, you cannot give starstones in game. You can donate them through the charity, but other than that, I have to farm all of them on my own. So it's just strictly whatever I do.
M's at 199.
Welcome in. Welcome in. Love your name.
M's at 199.
Yeah,
Angel
there's a
at
trophy
231.
back. It's amazing. We gotta get some starstones, y'all.
231.
Oh no. Oh no. We gotta do it, y'all. We gotta get these 3 nodes. Hopefully there's some gold.
She's good on gold. I wouldn't even worry about gold anymore.
Not gold, but that's okay. We got 2 more nodes up here. Hopefully one of them is gold. A garnet, let's go.
Lizzie's now at 102 in gold, taking currently still in the lead to
That's for
M's
sure.
90.
But anyway, thanks for stopping in, Raiders. I
102 in gold, taking currently still in the lead to
More
M's.
gold. I appreciate y'all being here. I know I'm kind of scatterbrained right now. I have ADHD, so I'm kind of all over the place, but also I am just a forgetful person. So, why can't I hit this?
M's at 200. Lizzie at 290.
So yeah, let's do this for the last 25 minutes and hopefully we win.
Lizzie at 290.
We're trying to break 300. Trying to break it. I think we can do it. We got to get some more starstones though. Thankfully, this ore compass is holding us on. No. So there is a incentive where I can party up with people, but until that incentive is redeemed, I'm not allowed. I have to be on my own. Server chat's off. I can't get call outs for anything.
3 more platinums.
It's basically a blind
Ram, you're not
thing.
muted.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Exactly. Yep.
Ram at 33 platinum to Angel's 47.
Talking in chat helps too because
I was just
then
trying to
I'm
help
not
you
just
out.
mindlessly farming ore and getting bored. I'm gonna run back and get this real quick though.
Ram at 33 platinum Angels 47.
33. Okay.
I was just trying to help you out.
We got to keep an eye on the platinum, y'all. Even if I get second in platinum, I would still be okay with that just because it's like a 5-point difference. But I feel like the
M's at
gemstones are a little bit more
204.
abundant. Another garnet. Let's go. I feel like the gemstones are a little bit more abundant.
Lizzie at 291.
Kilima, I think, might be the best. And we may switch over there for the last
M's
part.
at 204.
But we'll see. Couscous salad. Oh my goodness, Nettie. That sounds amazing. More gold. And get those points up. Oh, another gold.
M at 209.
That's not a dumb question at all. There's a link in chat. Yeah.
Actually, OBS is being real sus to me today. I'm overloading it, I think, by switching around. We'll get there, though. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. But I would like...
I'm not sure what sabotages are left, but there are a whole bunch in the list. Dang, where
I think
is
it is
this?
an
It's on the
iron.
other
It
side.
is. And I'll go like around in here. We'll go by the top and we'll go to Bahari. If we'll get like a rainbow, that will be
M's
nice.
at
And
210. Lizzie, 293.
nothing more here. Nothing. I can see some stone here.
Out the wrong way. I need platinum. Luna says I need platinum.
I remember when I was just going for
M is at 210. Lizzie, 293.
With a lot of the
Hi,
star
Booty.
stone.
Welcome in. Welcome in. It's so good to see you, friend. I hope you're starting your day off right.
Like it knows it's the last 20 minutes of the round,
Over there
so...
for 5 hours.
And so now it's acting up.
Thank you. If you want to give that to another streamer, you definitely can.
Is at 210. Lizzie, 293.
It's the worst by far. Especially because you never see.
M at 215. Lizzie at 296.
Seem to find them as soon as that Sabo goes. This, I need to get back in gold country.
Give me a second, I'm refreshing everybody, y'all. I don't know what is happening right now, but OBS is not happy with me. Not happy at all. I don't know why I can't get anybody anymore. There we go. Well, I thought. We have 10 minutes left for sabotages. If you want to get a sabotage in, you got 10 minutes left to put those in before they go away.
Save the mine shaft for when we lose our ore compass.
Because I promised you
We
that
have
we'll have
10 minutes left for sabotages. If you want to get a sabotage in, you got 10
Less than 20 minutes left,
to put
y'all.
those
We've got
in.
this. We've got this.
Yeah, friends, and
Before
remember,
they go away.
remember about that.
Minutes left to put those in.
Yes, please. Okay, we
I
can
hope
do
y'all heard
that.
that. You have 10
We
minutes
can do
left
that.
to put in
I
a
need to
sabotage.
finish
10 minutes
our
left.
storage.
So
Lizzie's at
finish the sabotaging
297.
of Garnet. Let's go.
And I also want to go
If
for
you're
some
planning on
adventures, so we can go
sabotaging
to them as well.
a
That
competitor, you have 10
free
minutes.
coffee for everyone. 76 time. Pretty, thank you so much for using your channel points.
Lizzie's at 297.
Look at all those ore markers over there.
Okay, give me some nice iron. Give me some nice
Let's
iron
go over
here.
here, make a big circle, and make our way
Nothing
back.
over here.
We got this, y'all.
Let's
We
check
got
inside
this.
of the cave.
We got some gold up here too. Let's go.
Antonia, like,
I
let
think
me
that's
know.
gonna give us a pretty
How you doing
secure
in
gold
Enshrouded?
lead.
Because I saw you today.
Not to say that it can't come back, but I think
nothing
our
over
ore compasses
here.
are gonna end up on the same time, so that'll help.
I was gonna Enshrouded with April. Fall asleep instead. Oh no! Sapphire, come on. Psst, psst, come over
Come
here.
on, Starstones.
Can we see any stones? There is something. There is something. In my It would be too good to be true, but yeah, it is possible still. Rocky. Like, yeah, like, I think I would like this to go to sleep with ginger right now. I woke up just in time for Enshrouded from a nap time. Oh, that's so good, Gog. That's so good.
$2.19 for M. $2.19 for M. Megspar, if you can see me in my chat, please. Megspar in my chat.
Only 3 ahead in the plat.
If you can
Okay.
see me in my chat, please. Megspar in my chat.
Megspar, if you're here, you need to go over to Behind the Lash streaming.
Angel's got 52 in
talk to them in that
platinum
chat.
to
They have a
Lizzie's
question about your
55.
donation, if you're here. Back
298
give a
for
shout out to
Lizzie,
Behind the Lash so they can
220 for
comment.
M.
If I lose platinum, it's okay. Okay. Megs, if you want to go over to Behind the Lash, they just want to confirm your donation.
222 for M.
Oh shoot, I don't know if I make this fast jumping. Let's go down here and just run up. I see a star. Oh, I scared a star debug.
222 for M.
Okay. I'm getting nervous, y'all.
Hey, Mags. You just didn't put who that was for, so I need to know who that platinum was for. Five minutes left for sabotages. 5 minutes left for Lizzie. Thank you very much. Lizzie just got gifted a piece of platinum, putting her at 36. The Angels 50, or sorry, putting her at 56. The Angels 52.
5 minutes left, y'all.
My ore compass is done.
Mine. Mine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Angel at 236.
Okay, my ore compass
Mine is
just
also
wore
out.
out.
Thank you for
Why?
the platinum.
Why did Angel's score go down, or Lizzie's score go down? Angel at 236.
Mine is also off. Okay. We have ads starting in 50 seconds, y'all. This will be.
Did Angel just get some platinum? Is that what happened?
Of streams, so you won't miss the.
Angel and
finale.
Lizzie are now
If you're wanting to
tied at
sabotage,
56
now
in
is the time. We have a
platinum.
couple minutes left.
Lizzie's
Do
at
that.
298. Angel at
If you want to
236.
do any incentives, you can
M
also
at
donate to the
220.
link. All donations.
2.
Oh no. We're tied in platinum, y'all.
98. Angel at 236. 222.
I think we should head over to Elderwood maybe. But I kind of like it here because I have a better shot of getting star stones. I don't know. We can think about it. But anyway, all your donations go to Charlie Mike, and they support U.S. veterans here in the state. So your donations are going to an amazing cause. Time for first on plat. If y'all want to do any incentives at all, you can give me plat, or you can give me star stones. Those both give points. You have about 3 minutes left to do a sabotage for another streamer. So if you want to do that, that's fine too. We are looking really good. I'm going to get rid of some of the stone. I should probably repair while I'm over here. Just in case.
Lizzie just got gifted a piece of platinum, putting her at 57, giving her the lead back slowly.
Oh, crap.
Lizzie just got gifted a piece of platinum, putting her at
Y'all are
57,
amazing.
giving her the lead back slowly.
Mossy, welcome back. We are winning. We have 12 minutes left. 2 minutes left to give any sort of donation for a sabotage. But yeah, it's going really well.
2-minute warning on sabotages. Last little bit. If you want to sabotage a streamer, now's your time to do it. 2-minute warning on.
We're trying to get to 300. We're trying to get to 300.
Want to sabotage a streamer? Time to do it.
I don't know, y'all. Do we just stay in Bahari and try to get starstones, or maybe Kilima? How are we doing on silver? We're 10 ahead. I feel like that's pretty good. We got a garnet. So that's good.
$2.99 for Lizzie.
I'm so nervous, y'all. Gold.
$2.99 for Lizzie.
Okay, I think we're pretty secure on the gold. What do y'all think? We're 30 ahead, I think. Do we switch over for platinum and try to win that one too? What do y'all think? Or do we just say, screw it, try to make up the points in star stones? Aquamarine, let's go. Okay, starstones may be the play. We don't need to win every category.
302 points, Lizzie.
I mean, that put us at 300, so...
302 points, Lizzie.
Another aquamarine!
$2.24 for M. Sabotages are now over. No more sabotages. Only things that can be donated are starstones or ore. Lizzie, 305. Lizzie, 305.
Y'all, we're at 305. Thank you for the glizzy rave. Thank you for sitting through ads, y'all. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. We are in the final 9 minutes of this charity stream. We are in the lead with 305 points. Sabotages are over. You can no longer donate to get a sabotage on another streamer, but you can still donate incentives. So you can donate star stones or ore right now. Platinum is the best ore to donate, but any ore will be great. Or you can donate directly on star stones. So I appreciate anything and all.
Ramrod, 149.
To Gremlin, give me a few minutes and I'll switch that over. Let's get that ore over there. This ore? No, I think this is stone. Oh no, it's ore. What a wild ride, y'all.
3 pieces of platinum to be donated to Angel. 3 pieces of platinum puts her in the lead in platinum now. Puts her at 59 platinum to Lizzie's 57. Brings Lizzie down to 300. Angel at 236. Him at 225.
Let's go. Let's go.
Down to 300. Angel at 236. M at 225.
We got brought down to 300. RIP. That's okay though. That's okay. We're still at 300, y'all. We've got 7.5 minutes. I think we just stick it out, Bahari. Unless y'all really want me to go to Elderwood and try to find platinum. It's up to you. I'm gonna let chat decide. But whatever y'all think, put it in chat now.
I'd stay wherever you're
if we
at.
just hang out. Bahari and work on star stones for the base
Had to do it.
or we can go to platinum.
I think she's good. I think she just needs to stay here.
Either way.
Not waste the time to travel. Not waste the time to travel.
Why are you scared? No scared. Don't be scared. We're okay.
227 for M.
Chillin' Bahari. I was thinking the same thing.
227 for M.
Hi, Nico. Welcome in. I think so too, y'all. I think we get base points for the Starstone, so it makes sense, right? Like, we're good. We're chillin'. There's a poll up, y'all. Hurry up and vote. We got 6.5 minutes.
241 for Angel.
Welcome in, Nico. Welcome in. We're doing
241 for Angel.
241 for Angel. Only 59 points. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm so nervous right now. Oh my goodness. I need some star stones. Hello? 4th time's the charm. If you want to donate any sort of incentives, you can do so through the link. You can donate things like platinum or any of the star stones, and that will keep me in the lead. And yeah. Dang, I didn't mean to aggro that starred bug. Just
5-minute warning. 5 minutes left in this competition.
all the star stones.
Ramrod at 154. 5 minutes left in this competition. Ramrod at 154.
Sabos are done, but incentives are still live. Oh, you mean for the starred bug? Yeah, you're right. If I were an iron node, where would I be?
Hiding in a rock. That's where I would be, Lizzie.
Chillin' Bahari wins. Good call, y'all. Good call. I think that's the play. If we can get some more star stones. Yep, you could go to any zone. There are sabotages that were earlier where they could like lock you in a zone for 10 minutes or keep you out of a zone, or make you go home. You could get grounded in your own base, but we were allowed to go anywhere. We could use our horses, we could use our pets. And yeah, I didn't go to the Royal Highlands though. Yeah, because JDM doesn't give any star stones. So I would just be looking for the iron and the gold. And I don't remember seeing platinum out there, so it didn't really seem worth it to me. So I just went zone by zone, basically. I think we started in Killamore.
243 for Angel.
Dang, gold ore is hard to find.
3-minute warning. 3 minutes. 3-minute warning. 3 minutes.
3 minutes left, y'all.
$246 for Angel.
Yeah. It gets pushed
227
around.
for M. Lizzie
Sorry,
still
I
has
was
the
off
lead
on
at
the
300.
Luna.
Ramrod at 149.
There we go.
For M. Lizzie still has the lead at 300. Ramrod at 149.
As the nodes get pushed, they map as you harvest stone and iron and everything, so they shift all over. That's why earlier we were kind of bouncing around servers, which I probably should have done that here. I probably should have gone home and then come back, but that's okay. I haven't seen a starstone in a while. That's okay, Mossy. That's okay. You can try to refresh. There's a minute and a half left. If you're doing anything with points. Platinum ore. I don't know how far I am. I'm 2 behind on the platinum ore. So if we get 3, we take the lead. But no worries.
229 for M.
That's fine too. This says we got a garnet. Let's go.
301 for Lizzie.
This has been such a fun event. I am
229 for M.
so glad we did this.
Last minute, y'all. We are on our last minute. 301 for Lizzie. 249 for Angel. 230 for M.
Thank you all.
Last minute, y'all. We are on our last minute. Lizzie just got gifted a piece of platinum. Puts her at 58 platinum to Angel's 59. 230 for M.
Thank you all so much for your support, for your donations, for your chats. I'm 1 platinum behind.
10 seconds.
You got 25 seconds. If you're gonna donate some platinum now. But thank you all. Thank you for your.
That is time. That is time. Pull up your axes and pull up your inventory. It is done.
You're gonna donate now. Thank you, Rowie. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And we're done.
Pull up your axes and pull up your inventory. All right, y'all.
Here we go.
He's done. Amazing job, y'all. We're absolutely amazing. This was such a great round. And mods are gonna double check the scores, make sure we got the inventory correct. But while we
Mossy,
do that,
wonderful.
again, we raised $1,561 today for Charlie Mike. If I was looking at the things, that's half of the total of a full training package for their training system. So that's an amazing amount to help them with that. I'm making sure I'm right because I was looking at this.
I think that's right, Amanda. I think it was like $3,000.
Yeah.
For a full package.
I was looking at all the stuff to see
That's incredible.
I'm making sure I'm right because it's 3,500. So you
Oh.
know,
Close
still,
enough.
Still close to get a full buddy battle buddy training package. But there's still a lot of other things they could use that for. That's 3 months of maintenance for their horses that we just made for them. That's also on that list of possibilities what the money goes for. So thank you guys so much for all of that. And I can't see the chat because I moved this on top of it. I'm a smart streamer. All right, so our scores.
Amanda, can you drop the link for Charlie Mike, their website, in your chat? That way people can go check it out and see the organization itself. If you would please, and thank you. That way people can go check it out.
I'll share that as well, y'all.
If you would please, and thank you.
There it is. Well, maybe as soon as Mix It Up decides to send it, there it is. It's just charliemike.org. Simple too, if anybody wants to just look it up by that way. All right, so our scores. Ramrod almost got that 150. I was hoping to get at least 150, man.
Everything they do.
249. M, really great, like, final round. You were pushing it at getting to 230. Angel at 249. And our winner, LizzieMyNizzie, at 301 points. It was an amazing round. You all did amazing. I think the 301 may get you on our list, on our high score list. I don't remember what that bottom score is on our high list, but it's close. I'll have to look at it. It's on the tour board. But that's the end. Y'all did an amazing job. Again, we do so many different charities throughout the year. I always make sure that at least one of our charities is for our veterans. Again, I have family that it means a lot to me to make sure to do a veterans charity. My grandfather was one of the best men I've ever known. And he just means a lot. And actually, it hit me harder today and this weekend realizing one of the best men I've ever known. So we lost my grandpa about 6 years ago. And actually 6 years ago yesterday was his military services because we had to wait. We didn't get to do it right when he passed because of COVID reasons. But it popped up on my feed and I thought that was amazing timing that his memorial services and his COVID reasons. I always forget. It wasn't the 21 gun salute. It was the three gun salute that he had. But that happened. That ceremony happened yesterday, 6 years ago. I always forget. It wasn't the 21 gun salute. It was like, well, this is all full circle. Hence why, again, I brought their flags out. I thought it meant something to have them here with us while we do these charity events. Like, well, this is all full circle. Again, thank you to Ram for pointing out the charity so we can have a little bit of a
I rated your channel with 16 viewers.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you for the raid, guys. Sorry, I'm getting a raid.
Forgetful Octopus has become a Lasha.
I have so many sounds going on.
Forgetful Octopus, follow your channel.
Hey, I just want to thank everybody for the great turnout and the money raised today. Like Amanda said, it's for a great cause. Charlie Mike is great turnout, and they do such amazing work there. And they separate themselves by essentially how they go about helping veterans reacclimate and continue their mission after the military. For those that don't know, Charlie Mike, phonetic is what military talk is for continue mission. So their name of their organization literally is continue the mission. So they do a lot of great things. The things that really stood out to me the most was the fact that they incorporate dogs and horses and things that really stood out to me. A lot of therapy for dogs, and horses, mental awareness and stuff like that. PTSD. A lot of they help in all types of different ways. So mental awareness and stuff like that. When PTSD, it was brought to my attention that this month was going to be a military charity that they were looking for, I immediately brought to my attention that this posted this and said, "This is the one you're going to do." Charity that they were looking for. So thanks, Amanda, for choosing this charity. That I nominated. This is the one you're gonna do. Thanks to all the streamers that participated. So thanks, you guys did great. Choosing this charity. And to the two newbies, welcome. Hope you guys had fun. Hope you guys continue and do more of these events. I think I've been doing these. Newbies, welcome. Hope you guys had fun. Hope you guys since you started them, Amanda. I've either helped either mod or participate since I think I've been doing these. Started doing any of the charity events. Since you started them, Amanda, I've either helped either. Thank you guys, and it means a lot to me. The amount of money we raised, we crushed that goal, that $1,000 goal quickly. Thank you guys. I was just it means a lot to me. I was taken back by that. So great job, guys. All your chats, all your communities. I appreciate it, and much love to all of you guys. I was taken back by that. So. Great job, guys.
And yes, thank you, because it was a lot of fun, and I'm really happy that I was able to be here and that we were able to have a lot of fun. For me, that was the most important part. And yes, thank like the star stones, I will use them in the future, especially with the star, because I want to make a crystal painting on my plot, and I'm just collecting all of them. So that is another thing what I want to do with them, and like if we can help and we can have a fun, so that is the most important part. Like for me. What I want to do
oh yeah, I had tons of fun. Even though I didn't do that good tonight, I was still having a blast. So I was over here singing, "Come on, Starred Ruby." Oh yeah, so even though I didn't do that.
But yeah, like the stream, the Battle of the Ruby, because three of y'all were hunting for your ruby to attain your star ruby, your star rainbow set, and I thought it was like funny that all three of y'all were trying at the same time. But yes. And also, just so you all know, with all the donations y'all made today, we are now overall collectively from all of the events we've done for the Great Paleo Charity Hunt, we are now at $58,977.76. So
let's go.
Great job.
Heck yeah.
We're gonna hit that 60,000.
Thank you to our communities. Huge thank you.
Yes.
So
let's go.
That's absolutely amazing. Again, don't forget we have upcoming in June is our big event where we have probably looking at 7 to 8 rounds. We already have over 30 streamers signed up. We're still waiting on more to come in and fill out the forms. So it's gonna be exciting. Our first one, I'm already going to be announcing our first round. Our first round will be on the 1st of June at 11 p.m. So it's gonna be exciting. Those streamers that are participating in that round has already been contacted. I'll be releasing that flyer probably tonight once I get to work, because I have to work here tonight. And the other rounds will be coming soon. I've been waiting, trying to get more people, because I know a lot more people are like, okay, we're signing up. We're just waiting on the forums so I can puzzle piece people together and figure out which dates are set up right. So if you are planning on competing, please make sure you guys get your forms in as soon as you guys can. That'd be greatly appreciated, and hopefully we have an amazing round. Don't forget, Lizzie, also, you are winning a trophy. So just get with me so I can have an address, so I can give it to our trophy maker.
Yep.
so they can get that trophy over to them.
Also, you have
Speaking of trophy, I have one more last housekeeping to go over. I am looking for a sponsor, business sponsor. So I don't care if it's a business or individual sponsor. That wants to help us with June's event. Helping sponsor with the trophies, the mystery outfits. And we've got also special trophies coming to be made as well. If I don't find a sponsor to help me out, I'm going to be paying $500 probably about that out of my own pocket. So I'm hoping to find a sponsor that's willing to help out with that. They'll be obviously, they'll be featured in all of our streams during the event. Be featured on the flyers. Whatever they pretty much want that I can do for them, I'm going to do for them to help keep this event going and keep things going with you all. Because I like the idea of the trophies. I like being able to give you guys something tangible to have. I can do for them. And this year, another special thing about this next year, this year is it gets better. It's going to hold a championship round. And this year, so next month, the 5 top scorers, doesn't matter which round they were in or if they won their round or not, the 5 top overall scorers next month, are going to be invited in July. I believe July 16th. I don't know the date. I'll have to put in the date. We'll be invited back to do a championship round, and we will be featured on the It Gets Better Twitch page during that event. As a final topper of the charity event, and the winner of that one will be getting a almost the same. It'll be the same trophy, but it's gonna be bigger, much bigger. The charity event. So they've added to that list, so we're gonna get one little more featured for the It Gets Better for July. So keep that in mind, and hopefully I see you all next month. I know Ram has already put their application in. Angel's put their application in. I think Angel, you put yours in, right? Yeah. And hopefully they see you all. I've seen some of the applications. I can't remember anymore. But hopefully we get to see you all in there and any other streamers in the chat. I think Angel, you put yours in. My reminder for you all to sign up. I've seen some of the applications. I can't remember.
Is anybody staying on?
And any other streamers? Yeah, that's my next bill. Is anybody staying on to play some play longer?
Angel is getting off to go eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my next bill. Is anybody staying on to
I need food.
play some
I did not decided yet, so maybe we'll go for a round of the hunt, but I don't know yet. Like maybe for a half hour.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I will be getting out of here and getting off because I've got to get ready for work, and I've got a long day at work.
Thank you so much, Minna. Thank y'all for participating. Thank you to the mods. Amazing mods. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Great job.
Thank you to all of the communities, all of the donations, all of the support. Even if you just chatted and lurked and kept us sane in our own streams. Thank you, thank you, thank you to everybody. We appreciate y'all so much.
Speaking of mods, we are always taking applications and forms for mods. It takes a village to put this event on. I can't do this by myself. It takes the streamers to participate, but it also takes a big behind the scenes deal. We have to have a mod for each streamer that we have. I have a mod in my chat handling chat points. We have a mod or 2 mods handling the Tiltify and the sheets for the scores. Also, big shout out to Spellsaver who designed our score sheets for us because it helps to have things organized and done well enough for us all to make sure everything is done correctly and mathematically correct, so we have no issues there. So, big shout out to all my mods. I can't do it without any of you guys.
Hey, y'all.
Yeah, huge mod love in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alrighty. Well, you all have a great, wonderful night, and I will see you all in your all streams and my streams later. You guys have a great night, okay?
Have a good night, friends.
Good night, everybody.
Bye, guys. Alright, y'all. We are gonna head out. It looks like M is staying on for just a little bit longer, so we'll at least go on over to there, and then if she raids out, then we'll raid out to whoever she raids out to.
Thank you.
I do want to thank all of y'all again for coming in, hanging out, and supporting this charity, and supporting all of my charity events that we put on.
We are done with the stream. I'm gonna wrap up.
Like I said, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of stress to put these events on, but it's totally worth it, especially when we have streams like this. Raising $1,500 is amazing in one round. And for such an amazing cause. I know that our our world right
5.5
now and our country.
hours. Y'all,
Things
we
are going
did
a
it.
little
We
crazy
got
and stuff like
first
that.
place.
But
We
supporting our
won the
veterans
whole dang
is, and I'm
thing.
gonna say this in the soapbox, is a
Crazy, and I could not
non-political
have done it
situation.
without
It should
y'all.
not be anything to do with any
Could not have
politics
done
or
any
any left
majority.
or
That's
right
all
or anything
right.
like that.
That's all right.
Our veterans deserve
We
to be
wrecked it.
treated with
Y'all are
respect,
absolutely
to be
the real
supported
ones. I
and helped.
appreciate y'all
And I'm gonna
so
say it's
incredibly
sad that we
much.
have to have
Thank you for
organizations
being
like Charlie
here.
Mike for things like
Thank
that
you,
to be
thank
accomplished.
you, thank you. Now I get the joy
Because
of
they
figuring out my
deserve to have all
inventory
of
because
the
that's gonna be
help
a
and support that they
freaking
need.
nightmare.
It's
All
sad
of
that
these
like
star stones.
seeing my
Like, can we just
grandfather
take a
and
second
seeing him get
to
older and
appreciate
seeing
how many
the
star
lack
stones we
of
got? Holy crap,
federal
y'all.
support that my grandfather
Holy
got
crap.
is disgusting.
Just pure insanity.
He served in Vietnam. He went over there
I can't believe
overseas
it.
and fought
I
for our
really
country,
cannot believe it. We're gonna keep
and
the starred
not to have
ones.
federal support like
We're
he
gonna
should
sell
have
everything else.
is
That was
so
wild.
disrespectful.
Yes, lots
So
to
I'm very
decorate.
thankful for
I need more
organizations
and
like
more
Charlie Mike and all the other veteran
stones.
charity events, charity organizations.
Crazy.
Because unfortunately, without them, they would have nothing and no support that they deserve to have.
Okay,
So,
y'all. Let me
off
catch
my
up on chat
soapbox.
because I know
Let's
I
get
missed
out
a
of
few
here, and I will
things.
see you all. I'm off tomorrow,
Bye, Luna.
but I
Thank
will
you,
see you
thank
on
you, thank you
Monday
for being
for
here.
some more Palia.
If you
I love you
are
guys.
interested in streaming and being a competitor next month, let me know.
Thank you all for joining me behind the lash. We've had a blast. We've played some games, we've laughed and cheered. It's memories that will always last. The castle was a lively place, a kingdom full of fun and grace. With every visit, you brought the fire. Let's keep the spirit burning higher. The lashers here are like no other.